As soon as the man appeared, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed a very dangerous aura from him. Dark North Demiju and Mu He's expressions also changed drastically, and cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They appeared to be extremely afraid. The man stared at Yunxiao and said in a cold voice, "You've met someone from the ice domain." Yunxiao activated his wondrous spirit eyes and stared at the man in front of him. "You're a Bai demon." That person's body exuded an extremely strong demonic aura. He was definitely not an ordinary demonic cultivator. The strength of his aura was even stronger than those demonic lords. When the three of them heard this, they scattered in shock and landed around the person to guard against any unexpected attacks. "He, the demon race? Maybe. My name is Dark North Sword Reader," the man said with a self-deprecating smile. Yunxiao was a little stunned. "You're from the Baiming family?" he asked. "You're from the Baiming family? Then why is the demonic qi on your body so dense?" Dark North Puppet gave Yunxiao a look and said, "He's my younger brother. How could he be a member of the devil race?" "Then your cultivation base is really unparalleled?" Yunxiao said in surprise. "It's really unprecedented. There's nothing strange about it. I've been in the demonic realm for more than 60,000 years, Dark North Sword Reader said with a smile. The demonic realm. 60,000 years. Yunxiao and the other three were so shocked that they could not speak, while Baiming Duanjue and Mu He were also filled with disbelief. The Baiming family of this generation had not even stood at the peak of the continent for more than 60,000 years, which showed that it had been a very long time ago. Perhaps it had experienced many ups and downs in the middle. However, other than being shocked, the two of them were more secretly happy. The stronger Dark North Sword Reader was, the safer they would be. Dark North Xianxia nodded with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Back then, the two of us cultivated to the late stage of the divine sovereign justice realm. This was already the peak of this world. In order to pursue a higher realm, as well as the infinite extension of our lifespans, we began to search for the space of the lost. In the end, we had a conflict of ideas. I went to the world of everlasting life while he tried to enter the crack between the two worlds. All these years, I thought he must have died long ago, but I didn't expect to see him again. It's really sad. This was the first time Dark North Duel had heard of this, and he hurriedly bowed. The reunion of the two old ancestors is truly a blessing from the heavens. They want to revitalize my Baiming family. Dark North Battlesuit glanced at him and said, "We won't meddle in our family's affairs anymore. After all, the two of us no longer belong to this era. What we pursue is supreme power and eternal life. We will not participate in anything in the world." "Yes," Dark North Duanjue quickly replied. "The two great ancestors have lofty ambitions that are far beyond our generation." In his heart, he was sneering coldly. "If the Baiming family has reached its end, the two of you can't just sit back and do nothing." Now that Yunxiao had forced them to back down, they had no choice but to stand up and take the blame. The sense of honor and mission of an aristocratic family could not be so easily erased. Baiming Shujian waved at Yunxiao and the others and said, "You guys can leave. Don't disturb my cultivation. I don't care what grudges you have with the Baiming family, but I hope that from now on, all of them will be written off. Get along well with each other and don't have any more disputes." "I can write it off," Yunxiao said, "but I have one more condition to add to it. The Baiming family must take the responsibility of resisting the demons." Dark North Sword Reader gave him a deep look and said, "I can agree to this condition on behalf of the Baiming family. However, the first condition is impossible. I came back from the demon realm for this outworld dark stone. How can I give it to you?" "What a joke. Alliance Master Yun. I'm really sorry about this." Dark North Wuxia cupped his fists. "We understand your concerns, but as long as we brothers are here, this jade will never fall into the hands of the demons. You can rest assured." Yunxiao was put in a difficult position. The strength of the Baiming brothers was indeed unfathomable, so it was not a bad idea to let them keep the outworld dark stone. But the three brothers of Ice Domain were probably a little stronger. If the dark stone was snatched by them and they really cultivated into Saint Demon Realm demons, the consequences would be disastrous. Dark North's sword reader saw his silence and sneered disdainfully. "Big brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with these calves? They can do whatever they want. But if they don't know what's good for them, then we can only send them on their way." This buy-in, Dark North battlesuit muttered to himself. He had been in the eternal world for a long time, so he naturally knew about the demonic tribulation. Although he didn't participate in the anti-demon war, he didn't want to go against the anti-demon forces either. He only hoped to remain neutral and wholeheartedly seek to verify his divine Tao. "How about this?" Xianxia said. "As long as you two seniors make an oath to join the Heavenly Martial League and protect the Outworld Dark Stone with your lives, I'll stop asking about it." Before he could finish, Dark North's sword reader was already impatient and shouted, "Get lost!" A powerful fiend energy rushed over and took the form of a fiend in the air, but it was more than 10 times larger than before as it pressed down on Xianxia. "Since Senior is so stubborn, then we have nothing to talk about." Xianxia's face flickered, and he suddenly thrust out a palm. Bang! The demonic might was scattered, and with a sway of his body, Xianxia rushed up and once again thrust his palm at Bai Ming Song. "You're overestimating yourself. Then go to hell." Killing intent and hostility flashed in Dark North swordreading's eyes. He made a hand seal in front of him and formed a sword talisman. Then he pointed his fingers at it. Bang! Another deafening boom rang out as the two forces clashed. Xianxia's palm force was broken by his opponent, and the fiend energy hit his palm and drilled into his body. Dark North's sword reader saw this, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Xianxia sneered as well. If it had been someone else, it might have been a great disaster for them to have the devil essence enter their body. But for him, it was nothing. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia grabbed the sword death and slashed it down with the star obliteration technique. Swish! The space cracked open, and a transparent flame appeared around the sword ray, which was extremely sharp. "This is a Xianxia." Dark North swordreader's pupils shrank as he said in shock, "Ice Fiend Heart Flame." He had been in the devil world for tens of thousands of years, so he had naturally seen this thing. He suppressed the shock in his heart, made a hand seal in front of him, and pointed at the void. A wave of demonic light spread out from his fingertips and turned into a demonic shield. Boom! The sword technique landed on the demonic shield, causing countless demonic patterns to appear. The shield shattered in an instant. Dark North sword reader was shocked and took a step back. At this moment, Huashang, Ning Qiyun, and Yi also attacked at the same time. They attacked Dark North puppet fighter, Dark North Duanjue, and Mu He respectively. Yi's cultivation was the highest, so he naturally attacked the Dark North battlesuit. A surge of demonic chi gushed out, and a bloody shadow streaked across the air. Bang! Dark North Zansua's hand blade met the attack. The air immediately froze, and the red light froze for a moment before suddenly exploding. In just an instant, the two of them had exchanged 7 or 8 moves, and they were locked in a fierce battle. The Ashen Demon Clan? Bai Ming Zansua was shocked. "I didn't think you'd have a good eye," Emo sneered. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it down. Bang! Dark North battlesuit knocked him away and said coldly, "Back then, I roamed the world, and even the Demon Emperor had to be respectful when he saw me. What's a mere blue demon?" After his attack, the spear was covered in frost and its spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. Not only that, it seemed that the internal structure of the profound level weapon had been frozen and destroyed by the cold air. After Qi's bone scale blades were taken away by Luanyu, he had been struggling to find a proper weapon. After finally obtaining a top-tier level 9 battle spear in the world of eternal life, he returned to Yanwu and refined it, but it was destroyed as soon as he made his move. The referee was stunned. Before he could think about it, he felt the cold air approaching and his blood froze. The Dark North battlesuit was already closing in on him, and he was so scared that he immediately turned around and dodged, avoiding it for dozens of feet. Huashang and the Dark North duel. Ning Qiyun and Mu He were all equally matched. The moment the 8 of them started fighting underground, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The originally large space became extremely narrow. Within a few breaths, It collapsed and the square tower instantly collapsed. Bang! Bang! One figure after another rushed out from the ground, and the 8 of them fought to the sky. All kinds of powerful martial skills were unleashed, and the light was boundless. The entire beaming dark palace was alarmed, but not many people came over. Most of them were already lying in front of the main hall. Eh? That's Ing Luo. Wei Qing raised his head and saw the 8 of them fighting. He was shocked. This was especially true for the Dark North battlesuit and his brother. They looked unfamiliar, but their combat strength was astonishing. After exchanging a few blows with Baiming Shujian, Yunxiao was forced back. If it were not for the flame dancing on the sword wound, which happened to be the nemesis of the dark cold qi, it would have been destroyed. You're a creation realm fiend's supremacy. Yunxiao was shocked. The power displayed by Dark North Reading Sword was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary second-grade Devil Lord. If I had brought the Dark Nether Stone with me to the Demon Realm back then, I would definitely be the Demon Lord now. What a pity. Desolation flashed across Dark North's Sword Reader's face as he sighed with emotion. I'm only a high-level Demon Lord right now. Since you know about the Ice region, you must have fought with the Demon race. It's just that the Demon Lords you've met were all suppressed by the power of the world, while I can fully display the power of a Demon Lord. Is this the real power of a Demon Lord? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Is this the real power of a Demon Lord? When he heard that the other Part 5 was not in Blessed Realm, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Dark North Sword Reader nodded and said, That's right. The level of the Demon Realm was higher than that of the Heavenly Martial Realm, and the strength of a high-level Demon Lord was also far above the Void Extreme Divine Realm. At this moment, I've already adapted to the regulations of the 2 realms. No matter if I'm in the Heavenly Martial Realm or the Demon Realm, I can fully display my strength. I'll let you experience for yourself how strong a second-grade Demon Lord is. The aura on his body suddenly burst out, and it was much stronger than before. That powerful force was like a barrier, and it suddenly shook out. Yunxiao was the first to be hit, and he was forced to take a few steps back. Dark North Sword Reader laughed hideously. He opened his palm and a pitch-black sword talisman appeared in his palm. He slapped it out directly. Thousand Demons Sword. The sword talisman instantly enlarged and turned into a pitch-black demonic sword that was 1,000 feet long. A boundless and terrifying sword intent spread out and circled around Yunxiao like a cage, unable to be dispelled. He could only watch the sword slash down from the sky. Voila! The space in front of Yunxiao cracked open, and he summoned 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms performed incantation gestures, and a golden vortex condensed and spun in front of him, absorbing all the spirit qi in the surrounding area. It was compressed to the extreme. Star Jade Explosion. The previous Dharma form had a cold expression and shouted. He suddenly threw out the 6-armed incantation, and all of them fell into the Star Jade. A terrifying golden force rotated and suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge black sword slashed at the vortex at the same time. As soon as it was inserted, it was impacted by the violent aura. The boundless space was shattered. The huge sword shook a few times and became a little more transparent, but it did not break and continued to slash down. Yunxiao roared and slapped the sword with both arms. Rings of demonic light bloomed from the sword, then exploded with a boom and wrapped him up. Hee. Dark North Sword Reader laughed hideously, his dark eyes full of smugness and ridicule. But in an instant, his pupils suddenly shrank and were filled with horror. In the center of the explosion, an even purer demonic power burst out. Yunxiao's body was covered in demonic patterns, and he hacked at the man with the Amagasan treasure in his hand. The 12 fortune wheels on the treasure wheel spun and emitted a chi-chi-chi sound. The surrounding air was cut into white threads. That's Ing Luo. Dark North Sword Reader was shocked. He could tell at a glance that the weapon was not an ordinary one. It gave him a feeling of fear and trepidation. An ordinary sword strike was like the collapse of a mountain, and the whole world was pressing down on him. Thousand Demons Sword. A magic pattern appeared on the back of his hand. A sword shadow appeared in his palm again, and he suddenly slashed. Boom! The huge sword struck the AMO wheel and exploded. Boom! Dark North reading sword was struck by the sword aura and was sucked into the vortex, disappearing. The entire sky was shattered by this shocking attack. The other people who were engaged in intense battle were instantly separated and looked on in shock. Little brother! The Dark North battlesuit's body trembled as he cried out in a miserable voice. Thousands of feet away, a space was torn open, and Dark North's sword walked out of it. With a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he stared at Xianxia with a gloomy face. Although he was covered in dust, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. However, his face had an unprecedented solemnness and fear. After Xianxia's slash, the AMO will treasure disappeared from his hand. He stared at Beiming Yunjian and said, Outworld Dark Stone. Bah! Dark North's sword reader spat and said coldly, In your dreams! Without saying a word, Xianxia waved his arms, and a large number of thunderbolts crackled as he disappeared from where he was in a flash. In the next moment, a large number of thunderclouds gathered above the entire spiritual mountain. From time to time, thunder and lightning would come out from them, like long snakes shuttling back and forth. In front of the main hall, Wei Qing's face was grim as he glanced at the materials on the ground with concern. Xianxia looked as if he was going to uproot the entire Beiming Dark Palace, and the materials he had collected with great difficulty were in danger. Currently, the number of talents in the heavenly martial arts world was dwindling, and the 7 major sects were almost in decline. It was very difficult to find such suitable materials again, and every one of them was hard to come by. Wei Qing waved his hand, and a barrier spread out, covering the entire square in front of the main hall to prevent it from being destroyed by the lightning. Li Yunxiao, what do you want to do? Dark North Demiju cried out in alarm. The thunderclouds were still gathering, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. The dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Although the lightning had yet to strike, the earth was affected by the energy field and began to be magnetized. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and large areas of the forest were set on fire. Ancestor! Dark North Demiju hurriedly called out, almost on the verge of tears. Once such a huge move landed, the entire foundation of the Beiming family would be destroyed. Beiming Duanju's voice trembled. Why don't you give him the Outworld Dark Jade? Shut up! Shut up! Dark North's sword shouted as he glared at Duanju with his sharp eyes. His gaze pierced through Duanju's heart, and he did not dare to say another word. Dark North Xianxia, who had originally wanted to come up and persuade his brother, did not dare to say anything more when he saw that his brother was truly angry. Beiming Shujian said slowly, The Beiming family can rise and fall, but how can we yield? If one's will is bent, it's even more terrifying than the destruction of the sect. Dark North Duel's face paled, and he hurriedly lowered his head. You're right, ancestor. Well said. Yunxiao's praise came from the clouds as endless thunderbolts gathered from all directions, forming a huge god of thunder in the sky. The thunder god's expression was cold as he looked down at the earth, like a real god looking down on all living beings. With the cold arrogance and contempt of a superior, he said, Then use your Beiming family's will to receive my attack. Yunxiao raised his hand, his palm facing the sky. The hammer rolled in the air, and the ancient character of Maha expanded to several acres in size. The dark clouds in the sky rumbled as if they were stimulated. All the lightning gathered towards the hammer and was compressed into a terrifying form. Dragon transformation! Dark North Battlesuit was startled. This is heavenly lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the hammer gradually took the shape of a dragon. Horns, whiskers, scales, tail, claws, and every part of it was slowly being compressed. Damn it! He's actually able to trigger heavenly lightning. Dark North Sword Reader shouted in anger. All of you, back off. I'll take this move. The cold air around him made a cracking sound, and cracks like a spider's web appeared in the air. In his palm, cold stars turned into air currents that flowed in all directions, like tiny ice dragons. The Beiming family's people were all shocked and hurriedly retreated, carefully observing. Xianxia and the others also stopped attacking and stood in the distance to watch. Dark North Duel was both surprised and delighted. He said excitedly, "The ancestor hasn't even used this move yet, but it's already causing the sky to freeze and the earth to close. If it's used, wouldn't it be destructive?" Joy flashed across Dark North Warsua's eyes as he said, "His cultivation really hasn't dropped all these years. Maybe this trip to the Devil World was the right one." Xianxia, in the form of the God of Thunder, stared down, especially at Dark North Sword's left hand, where hundreds of streams of cold air swirled and stacked together, causing the surrounding space to distort in a strange way. At this moment, the shadow of an emperor appeared behind him. The emperor held his sword behind his back and looked up to confront the Thunder God. The entire void could not bear the pressure of the two people and cracked one after another, making a lot of ear-piercing sounds. What a powerful move! Yunxiao's heart trembled, and he immediately understood that this was the last move of the 3 moves beyond the heavens. Good! Let me experience the extraordinary talent of the Biming family's ancestors. Xianxia cried out. The God of Thunder grabbed the floating heavenly hammer and smashed it down. His movements were slow and clumsy, but he had already crossed thousands of times. The Thunder Dragon leaped in the abyss, and its body formed streams of light purple light as it flew down from the 9 heavens. Dark North Swordreader's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and the Emperor behind him slowly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sword behind him was placed horizontally in front of him and stabbed towards the lightning dragon. 3 styles from beyond the heavens, who else but me? The Biming family's 3 techniques were created by the geniuses of the past generations and were constantly improved and modified by the later generations. Finally, they became 3 earth-shaking moves that were passed down. My Tao has a limit, swift as a startled swan, and who else but me? These 3 moves symbolized the end of the Tao, and a martial artist would tirelessly pursue their figure on the road. As the sword seal struck out, the Thunder Dragon's figure became sluggish, as if it was facing thousands of obstacles, causing the void to creak. Finally, a huge pillar of light instantly shot into the sky. After the light shadow appeared, the sound began to spread. When the sound of the earth-shattering explosion reached their ears, they had long felt the impact of the aftermath and hurriedly circulated their origin power to resist it. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were sucked in by the power. Boom, boom, boom. The beam of light was in the straight line of the 2 people's collision, constantly expanding and thickening, pushing in all directions. Yunxiao and Biming Shujian were completely in the center of the beam of light, and the situation was unknown. The few of them retreated continuously, their minds shaken. They were completely shocked by this soaring power. Other than quietly feeling it, they had no other thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. The aftershock shook the entire Biming Dark Palace for a long time and didn't dissipate. The entire palace was completely destroyed. Not a single brick was left. Not only did the dark clouds in the sky not disperse, they pressed down even lower. It was as if the sky was within reach, but the sun could not shine in. It was a gray world, and it was extremely depressing. At the place where Dark North Sword Reader was standing, a huge and deep pit appeared. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and it seemed to have pierced through the earth vein. A large amount of spiritual qi seeped out from the cracks in the mountain range, spreading in all directions like a rising tide. Dark North Demiju's face was pale as he stared at everything in disbelief. The all-powerful Biming family and the peaceful Biming Dark Palace had disappeared from the world without a trace. Dark North Battlesuit couldn't help but tremble. Little brother. With a blood-curdling screech, he charged into the abyss. All of a sudden, a beam of golden light fell. It split into 12 beams and landed on the entrance of the abyss. A vast golden light spread out from Lu Ding and Lu Jia's body and blocked the Dark North battlesuit. The lightning in the sky crackled and slowly condensed into Yunxiao's figure, who was staring at him coldly. The Dark North battlesuit swallowed with difficulty, feeling his throat go dry. There were many rumors about Yunxiao. Even though he did not pay much attention to the outside world, he had heard some rumors after the entrance to the Eternal World was opened, but he did not take them to heart. Now that he had personally experienced the battle, he realized that the rumors were not exaggerated at all. This person was already so strong that it was inconceivable. His entire body trembled with anger as he angrily rebuked, "Stop! You've already won, and Beiming Dark Palace has been destroyed. What else do you want?" Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, "From the beginning to the end, I just wanted to keep the Outworld Dark Stone. And now you're asking me what I want to do? Are you kidding me? The Outworld Dark Nether Stone has always been the Beiming family's property. Why should we give it to you?" Beiming Xianxia said angrily. "You are a bandit." "I don't care if I'm a bandit or not," Xianxia said. "Now that the demonic tribulation is coming, I don't want to waste my time trying to reason with you. I'll study this jade after I steal it. If it doesn't have much use, I'll destroy it." "Destroyed?" Dark North Xianxia's heart trembled and he said angrily, "You're crazy. Bandits. You clearly want to monopolize it. Why are you still looking for excuses? Whatever you say, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. What's the use of shouting with all your might now?" Looking at the abyss, Xianxia's eyes gradually changed. "I don't have time to chat with you. If you want to talk, let's talk after I kill your brother and take out the Outworld Darkstone." His figure flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the deep hole. Dark North Battlesuit was both shocked and furious. He couldn't just sit by and watch, so he also rushed forward. However, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia also turned and shifted their positions above the deep hole, forming a formation in front of him. "Damn it!" Dark North Xianxia panicked. A cold aura burst out from his body and he flashed toward the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. It was the second style of the 3 styles beyond the heavens. Its form is as graceful as a frightened swan. A strange pattern appeared within a radius of 1,000 feet, and her whole body was as graceful as a swimming dragon. With a flash, the entire space shook, and the surrounding spiritual chi gathered and compressed infinitely. 6 Ding and 6 Jia were arranged in a triangular formation. The 6 puppets in front of him burst out with light and condensed into giant spirits in the air. They struck out with their palms at the same time. Boom! The Dark North Battlesuit felt as if his attack had hit a steel plate and was bounced back several steps. All of a sudden, he felt a chill in his heart as a great sense of danger descended. He heard Dark North Judge's shrill cry, "Old Ancestor!" A scarlet spear pierced through the protective cold air and came out from behind. The referee also made his move the moment the Dark North Battlesuit made its move. Dark North Battlesuit looked at his chest in disbelief. Extreme anger and unwillingness spread in his heart as he roared, "You despicable man! You actually sneak attacked me!" The judge snorted disdainfully and slowly pulled out his spear. Fresh blood spurted out from the Dark North Battlesuit's chest. "It's not like we're fighting in the open. Isn't it normal to sneak and attack on you?" Mo laughed coldly, thinking that his words were too childish. "Yeah, it's not like we're fighting in the arena. Isn't it normal to sneak and attack on yourself?" Dark North Xianxia was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. He quietly looked at the blood spurting out of his chest and suddenly felt so tired that he didn't even bother to stop the bleeding. Dark North Duel's face was deathly pale as he hovered in the air. Seeing that both of his ancestors had been severely injured, he knew that he was in deep trouble. He didn't care anymore and suddenly turned into a streak of light to flee. "Don't leave!" Huashang was shocked and shouted. He also hurriedly chased after her. The difference in strength between the two was extremely great. Once the Dark North mantra escaped, it would be difficult to catch up. Suddenly, an azure light flashed in front of him, and a tremendous force pressed down from the sky, forcing the Dark North Duel to a stop. "Wei Qing, you!" Dark North Duanju was furious. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him was Wei Qing, who was looking at him with a cold face. Huashang was overjoyed. She sped up her escape technique and caught up in the blink of an eye, locking onto the Dark North skill. "I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me?" Dark North Duel gritted his teeth in anger. He rebuked Wei Qing, his heart filled with unwillingness and anger. "Do things in this world have to be done with enmity?" Wei Qing said lightly, Your ancestor was ambushed by that monster. What enmity did they have? We're acquaintances after all, Dark North Duanju said angrily. Do you really want to kill me? Not death, but a new life. Wei Qing shook his head. Dark North Dual shuddered and immediately understood Wei Qing's meaning. He said angrily, I won't let you have your way even if I die. Cold air gushed out of his body, and he transformed into a swimming dragon and attacked. A rainbow formed in the air, and a deep voice rang out. Dark North Duanju was determined to die, so he used all his strength in this attack. The cold light reflected off his figure, making him look lonely and desperate. Wei Qing was expressionless. He raised his hand and the yin and yang qi bottle gathered 2 qi in his palm, spinning. It said that this yin yang qi bottle can not only hold people but also the sky and the earth, but I've never tried any of them. Today I'll use Master Duanju as an experiment. It'll be worth it for us who know each other. Wei Qing said indifferently. The mouth of the bottle turned toward the northern underworld mantra. The yin and yang qi swirled out, and the image of the 8 trigrams appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth. It evolved into 24 qi, and there were 36 demonic shadows on it. As soon as the Dark North execution came into contact with the power of the 2 qis, he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. With a cry of alarm, his entire body was bound by a strange power. Damn it! Come to hell with me! In his panic, Dark North Duanju threw himself at Wei Qing, trying to detonate his dantian and take him down with him. Humph! Childish! The weak have no right to choose life and death. Wei Qing scoffed. He cast a few incantation seals and slapped them on the silver bottle. 2 qi swirled, and the 8 trigrams seal gathered. It suppressed the Dark North Duanju in an instant, and with a whoosh it was sucked into the bottle. After watching the whole process, Hua Shang's face turned pale. She could not help but take a few steps back, not daring to face the man in front of her. Wei Qing kept the treasure bottle and said indifferently, Is Lord Hua Shang so afraid of me? You're from the Heavenly Martial Union, so I won't touch you. Hua Shang gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. Devil. He then turned around and left. After the Dark North skill had escaped, He had cursed himself for being stupid and slow to react, allowing the Dark North skill to take the initiative. The Heavenly Martial Alliance would definitely be on guard. Sure enough, when he was about to escape, Ning Qiyun's divine sense and killing intent directly locked onto him, so he did not dare to move. He could only stand there with a gloomy face and not say a word. When he saw that the Dark North skill had been taken away by Wei Qing with a treasure bottle, he was so scared that his teeth kept chattering. He rubbed his eyes a few times and lost his soul. At this moment, after losing too much blood, the Dark North battlesuit finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. He looked up at the sky quietly, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, a man came into his sight. The man had a handsome face and said indifferently, It's a pity for such an expert to die. Why don't you make some contributions to the realm of heavenly martial arts? Then, a treasure bottle appeared with the mouth of the bottle facing him. Dark North Wuxia was stunned. He felt that the bottle was familiar, as if he had heard of it before. However, before he could think of it, his body was wrapped by the yin and yang qi. His mind went blank and he was sucked in. He cried while trembling, Lord Wei Qing, please spare me. Please spare me. Don't cry. Death is the only thing that's difficult throughout the ages. Just treat it as if you're dead. Moreover, I can also contribute to the realm of heavenly martial arts. Why not? He knew that it was useless to beg for mercy. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood did not dissipate but condensed into a ray of light instead. He was in a trance. Haha, you actually used a blood art in front of me. How childish. Mo could not help but laugh. He was an ancestor who played with blood. Although He's escape technique was powerful, it was not enough to catch his eye. He grabbed at the air with his 5 fingers, and the void exploded with a bang. He was shaken out. Wei Qing said, Thank you, and went forward to put He into the bottle. He had never used this bottle before, but it was too difficult to protect the materials in the earth-shaking battle between Yunxiao and Baiming Shujian just now, so he put all the materials into the bottle. Later, he found that the material did not change in the bottle and seemed to become stronger under the nourishment of the yin and yang qi. This discovery made him overjoyed, so he tried to use the bottle to store people. He did not expect such a wonderful effect. Wei Qing was in a great mood. With this treasure bottle, not only could he collect materials at will, but he could also store large amounts of killing weapons into the bottle and carry them with him. Then, who in the world would be his match? Hua Shang and Ning Kuei looked at his face and became frightened. The judge was more curious. This is a saint artifact? Mo couldn't help asking. Maybe, although Wei Qing was also certain that this was a saint artifact, he had never heard of it before, so he didn't know if it was true. However, since it was an item that belonged to the demon master back then, even if it wasn't a saint tool, it wouldn't be too bad. You've collected all the people of the Baiming Dark Palace. There's nothing for you to do here. Why are you still staying? Hua Shang said in a bad mood. Wei Qing glanced at her and pointed to the ground. Isn't there another one down there? That person isn't an ordinary one, so we can't waste him. He had only just pointed a few times when the entire mountain range collapsed. A shocking sound rang out, and then 2 rays of light broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Bang! Bang! Yunxiao was covered in golden light, while Dark North's sword reading was covered in a monstrous fiend aura. They fought from the ground to the sky, and it was difficult to determine the winner. As soon as Baiming Shujian came out, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The entire mountain range was almost shattered, but the people of the Heavenly Martial Alliance were still there, while the people of his Baiming family were gone. Big brother! Dark North Swordreader's heart sank and he cried out in panic. However, there was no other sound besides the sounds of their battle. Your big brother and all the disciples of the Baiming family are dead, Wei Qing said coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the sky. His tone was filled with mockery and disdain, making people angry. Ah! Dark North Swordreader's mind was in a mess. He said angrily, Impossible! It's impossible! He panicked, and a flaw immediately appeared in his defense. Yunxiao rushed up to him, and the red sword strike pierced his body. Then he was sent flying by Yunxiao's palm. The two of them were already like arrows at the end of their flight in the previous earth-shaking battle. After fighting for a while underground, any negligence could lead to their deaths. Wei Qing had also seen through this, so he deliberately provoked him. This distraction immediately decided the outcome, even life and death. Hand over the outworld dark stone. After his attack succeeded, Yunxiao turned into a flash of lightning and chased after the man, slashing out with his sword. The sword qi turned into 7 lotus flowers and struck into Baiming Shujian's body, blasting open several of his important acupoints, making him unable to use his demonic technique for a short time. You can kill me. Just kill me. Baiming Shujian was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He stared at Yunxiao coldly, his eyes filled with boundless anger. Yunxiao sighed. You're a man of character. Hand over the outworld dark stone, and I'll give you a quick death. Seeing Dark North Sword Reader's face full of mockery, he continued, If you've lost, then you've lost. You should at least have some manners. Demeanor? Ha ha ha. My Baiming family was destroyed by you in a single day, and you still want me to have some manners. Dark North Swordreader's eyes were spitting fire as he roared. Even if I die, I won't let you off. If you didn't insist on not giving me the Dark Mystic Stone, Yunxiao said, why would we fight? Even if I'm overly persistent, aren't you the same? I don't wish to see this result either. Dark North Sword Reader fell silent. He was filled with regret. He had been so insistent on using the Outworld Dark Stone to cultivate so that he could break through to the Demon Lord realm. He had disregarded the lives of his family and had ended up like this. Don't be sad. The people of the Baiming family didn't die. They were just temporarily collected by me. You'll be able to be with them soon. Wei Qing's figure flickered and appeared beside the two of them. Li Yunxiao, if you want to get something, hurry up. I can't help but collect this material. His face was gloomy, but a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. If it were not for the fact that the demonic tribulation was imminent, and he had witnessed the power of the killing weapon last time, he would have turned hostile and killed Wei Qing right now. Collect? What kind of collection? Dark North Sword Reader was taken aback, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. However, there was still a glimmer of hope, so he was not willing to give up. You're saying that my Baiming family's people are still alive? Where are they? Wei Qing stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of silver light, a Yin and Vang bottle addered. The datterns on it were exquisite and vivid. It's in this bottle. This is a Xianxia. Dark North Sword Reader suddenly trembled and cried out, Yin Yang Dual Air Bottle. His face became extremely shocked and distorted. His hands began to grab his face, as if he couldn't believe it. Wei Qing was shocked by his appearance and said, You also recognize this bottle? However, thinking of the other party's identity, who had been all-powerful in the past and had stayed in the demon world for so long, it was not surprising that he knew the origin of this bottle. Ha ha ha! You recognize me? I'm more than just recognizing it. Dark North Sword Reader suddenly laughed wildly and said, I've been looking for this treasure bottle for so many years. I can't believe he's in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Wei Qing nodded. Then this is heaven's will. Not only can you be with your family, but you can also see this treasure bottle. Your wish has been fulfilled. Dark North Sword Reader looked at him coldly, his face full of sarcasm. You're not just using this treasure bottle as a weapon, are you? Wei Qing was stunned and looked at him. Then how do you think this bottle can be used? Don't tell me you can arrange flowers. Ha ha ha. Flower arrangement? I'm dying of laughter. Dark North Sword Reader held his stomach and laughed so hard that his tears fell. Ha ha ha. Flower arrangement. This bottle contains a huge secret, and I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts who knows about it. He stopped smiling and raised his head to look at Wei Qing. What? Xianxia frowned. Isn't this life-saving method too childish? Wei Qing also nodded and said, It's a little childish. Senior's IQ makes us, the younger generation, feel embarrassed. Humph, it's up to you to believe it or not. The Outworld Dark Netherstone can't be kept, and I'm heavily injured. My path to the Divine Tao can be considered to have come to an end. I'm no longer interested in anything else, so I'll bury that secret in the world forever. Dark North Sword Reader's expression became calm. After he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Xianxia scanned him with his divine sense and immediately found the Outworld Dark Stone. He made a grabbing gesture in the air, and with a bang, the space exploded, and a piece of jade was caught in his hand. The moment his palm touched the jade, he felt a shocking chill enter his body and flow up his meridians. The jade stone looked ordinary and was white in color. There was nothing unusual about it, but it was extraordinary when he held it in his hand. He hurriedly activated his Yuan Gong to suppress the cold qi. Now that the jade is in my hands, I'll grant you a quick death, so as not to let a hero of a generation be wasted. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed at it. Although Dark North Sword Reader was stubborn, he wasn't a bad person. Moreover, after the battle, they had developed a sense of appreciation for each other, and couldn't bear to see him fall into Wei Qing's hands. Bang! Sword Death's red slash landed half a foot in front of Baiming Shujin's body, but it was flicked away by Wei Qing's 2 fingers. Wei Qing, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Wei Qing sneered and snorted. You're being too soft-hearted again. This is an existence at the peak of the Void Realm. It would be a waste to waste it. Dark North Sword Reader looked at the 2 of them coldly and didn't think much of them. After all, they were fish on the chopping block. The loser had no right to choose his life or death. He didn't bother to worry about them and directly closed his eyes. At this point, all the people of the Baiming Dark Palace had been taken away by Wei Qing. What you've done is too damaging to the peace of the world, Xianxia said coldly. Be careful or you'll end up in a miserable state in the future. Wei Qing said, If I wasn't ruthless enough, I would have ended up in a miserable state. How could I have a future? I won't go back to Yanwu with you after this. The space around him trembled and only his afterimage was left. He gradually disappeared from his original spot. Yunxiao knew that he must be in a hurry to make killing weapons and study the yin and yang air bottles. Alliance Master Yun, let's go back, Hua Yan said. She looked at the mountain full of cracks inside. The Biming family has disappeared from this world. The ups and downs of the world, the rise and fall of the aristocratic families, have always been the law of history, Yunxiao said. It has been like this for countless years. The great waves have washed away the sand and rolled forward. Hua Shang nodded. How can I not understand this logic? It's just that we are all part of the 7 great forces. It's inevitable that we will be sad when the rabbit dies. Ning Qiyun's state of mind was still good. After all, she had experienced the battle in the Red Moon City. At this moment, she was also indifferent. Let's go back to Yanwu. I don't have time to chat, Mo urged. After seeing the battle between Yunxiao and Biming Shujian, he felt great pressure and could not wait to start cultivating. He pondered for a moment, then awkwardly mentioned to Yunxiao that he wanted to meet Lin. Lady Lin is still cultivating, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to see her, but I can let you see Lord Can and Lord Qi and ask for their opinions. If they don't allow it, I can't do anything about it. However, the two of you have a deep understanding of the demon race's cultivation techniques. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask them and they might be able to give you an answer. Yunxiao guessed that Can and Xiao would most likely not let Mo Jianlin go, so he wanted to give him some mental preparation. Mo thanked him and entered the Divine Realm tablet. Then, the 3 of them turned into beams of light and returned to Yanwu. He had studied the outworld dark nether stone for several days and found many problems. The cold air emitted by the jade was not very harmful, but the cold air could freeze one's bones and destroy the body's functions and structure. Furthermore, this kind of damage was permanent and could not be healed at all. One could only break through the necrotic structure and regrow the body. Yunxiao tried to probe the dark stone with his divine sense, but as soon as he touched its surface, he felt his spiritual ocean freeze, and a cold aura seemed to invade his divine sense, which frightened him and made him cut it off. It seems this stone is really extraordinary. We can't let the demon race obtain it. Yunxiao cast hundreds of seals on the stone, then threw it into the Divine Realm tablet and sank into the ground. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, almost all the forces of the Heavenly Martial Continent have gathered in the Heavenly Martial Union and the Holy Region. The Northern and Southern Merchant Union is also a considerable force. However, as long as they don't do anything out of line, I don't want to get involved for the time being. As for the overseas forces, they're all in trouble. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then took out a communication jade talisman and sent a stream of divine sense into it, then threw it into the void. After doing all this, he put aside all other matters and began to cultivate. He made a hand seal in front of him, and a golden halo appeared on his fingertips. It was formed by 4 ancient Maha characters, which rotated in front of his fingers. Just like that, he sat cross-legged in the void without moving. It was the fingerprint of the true primordial skill. When the 100 will not had forcefully instilled the true primordial skill and his own understanding into him, it was like stuffing a big bun into his mouth, and he had to digest it little by little. With the cultivation of the true primordial tactics, he seemed to have gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. It was as if something was lingering in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. It was just that a faint feeling spread in his heart. The question that had been plaguing his heart, how to let the demonized martial artists break away from the demonic barrier, seemed to require a higher level of comprehension of the heavenly Tao to find the answer. Throughout the ages, there had been countless almighty experts, but the one with the deepest understanding of the heavenly Tao was none other than ancient God Maha. The Maha ancient God art he had left behind was the number 1 divine art in the world. He could only find the answer in the Maha ancient God's tactic to escape from the demonic barrier. Now, he had mastered a lot of the Great Realm and Great Yen divine techniques. He had corroborated them with each other and unraveled many meanings of the Maha ancient characters. Now, he was cultivating the true primordial tactics in order to make further progress. They lived in peace for several days. Everything was going on in the realm of heavenly martial arts in an orderly manner. All the major sects in the world had also sent their experts to cultivate, including Heavenly Eagle Temple, Mei Family, and other sects that had dealings with Yunxiao. For several days, Yunxiao did not move at all. He maintained the same posture, and the light at his fingertips spun like a wheel without any change. On this day, his fingertips trembled slightly, and the ancient Maha characters disappeared. The golden light also dispersed. Only then did he recover from his meditative state. A faint look of anger appeared between his brows as he raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, he was cultivating in the sky above the demon-sealing land, which was some distance away from Yanwu. He had sensed a slight energy fluctuation from the city. There are fluctuations coming from so far away, so it must be an extremely intense battle. I wonder what kind of divine being has such strength. In the world today, there were indeed not many people who dared to break into Yanwu. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then disappeared with a flash of green light. Dark clouds rolled down from the sky above Yanwu, as if it was the eve of a storm. However, the rain never came, and the air was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. There were a few tiny figures scattered in the sky. Looking from the city, they were like small black dots. However, every time these black dots collided with each other, a powerful light wave would be sent out in all directions. Mu Lingdi, Bin Chen, Pan Yi, and the others were fighting, but there were still signs of defeat and they were forced to retreat. There were only 2 intruders. They were covered in armor, and their moves were fierce and domineering. They were in harmony with the heavenly Tao, and every move had a large number of symbols dancing around them. I was wondering who it was, so it's enemies on a narrow road. Yunxiao's voice came from the sky, and then he appeared on the battlefield with a flash of green light. Furthermore, the shockwaves from the battle seemed to have spread far and wide. Even some experts who were in seclusion were awakened and flew over in streaks of light. Yunxiao looked at the 2 men coldly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Zhan Yu, Zhan Xiao, are you here to die? The 2 golden-armored experts were the 2 brothers, Zhan Yu and Zhan Qi. They had also come out of the world of eternal life and followed the traces of the 10 rules here, but they were stopped by the city of Yanwu. It's you. You are the city lord of Yanwu? Zhan Yu's face darkened. It's not that enemies don't meet, Yunxiao said. Since you're here, you can stay here with peace of mind. His words were considered a declaration. Lingmu, Di, and the others, as well as the newly arrived experts, spread out and surrounded the 2 brothers. Although the 2 brothers' strength was obvious to all, this was Yanwu, their home ground, and even a creation realm expert would have to bow down. Zhan Yu said gloomily, "El didn't think you'd be such a talent. We only came here to study the 10 rules, and we don't want to be enemies with your sect. These 10 rules are the 10 rules of Yanwu, or rather, the 10 rules of the southern region," Yunxiao said leisurely. "I am the Lord of Yanwu and the Lord of the southern region. You are not welcome here. Please go to the other 3 regions to study them." "You!" the battle chi shouted. "This is the rule force of the realm of heavenly martial arts. It doesn't belong to you." Yunxiao gave him a look and sneered. "Any spiritual mountain or treasured land is shared by all living beings in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Why don't you ask the major sects to share it with everyone? Even the earth-shaking seal in your hands is the crystallization of the wisdom of the heavenly martial arts realm's predecessors, and should be shared by everyone. How can it be taken by you too?" These words left the 2 of them speechless. Zhan Yu snorted. "I won't argue with you. My brother and I are determined to comprehend the rules of the 10 directions. But since you're the host, we don't want to be your enemy, so why don't you suggest a win-win solution?" "It's very simple," Yunxiao said. "If you join the Heavenly Martial League, you can enjoy these rare resources that have been missing for 100,000 years. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion." "What? Join Yanwu?" Zhan Yu rebuked angrily. "You actually want us 2 brothers to be your subordinates and listen to your orders? You're too arrogant. Not even the king of the eastern region, Yi Qingyu, could subdue us," the battle god said. "What makes you think you can?" Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "No reason. I won't make things difficult for you brothers. Please go back. Zhan Yu and Zhan Qi did not move. They stood in the sky in a daze, not knowing what to do. What? Yun Xiao sneered. Do you want to stay and get beaten? Don't forget that we still have grudges that haven't been resolved. This young master has too many things to deal with, so I don't have the time to deal with you. If you want to be beaten, I don't mind helping you. A murderous aura spread out from Yun Xiao's body, and the others narrowed their eyes as well. They began to circulate their Yuan cultivation, ready to attack at Yun Xiao's command. Suddenly, a long rainbow flew over and landed on one side of the battlefield after a few flashes. Turned into a man. It was Liao Xingqian from the mysterious Separation Island. He was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "So it's the Zhan brothers." Lord Xingqian. Zhan Yu cupped his fists. Liao Xingqian also cupped his fists as a form of greeting. He said, "The two of you must be here for the rule force, right?" "Yes," Zhan Yu said. "Since Darren is here, then Mysterious Separation Island should also be here. Your Excellency, please be the judge. This Li Yunxiao has occupied all the rules in the 10 directions. How can there be such an absurd thing in the world?" Liao Xingqian immediately understood the whole story. He smiled and said, "Rules are set by people. To be honest, Mysterious Separation Island has no way to deal with this. We are studying the rules in Yanwu, so we must also obey Alliance Master Yun's orders. This is the agreement between Mysterious Separation Island and the Heavenly Martial Alliance." What? The two brothers were shocked. Zhan Yu's face was filled with disbelief as he asked in shock, "Even Mysterious Separation Island has to obey the Heavenly Martial Union's orders?" Liao Xingqian said, "It's not that Mysterious Separation Island will obey orders. It's just that those who cultivate in Yanwu must follow the rules of the city. When Yanwu encounters an enemy, they have the obligation and responsibility to help. As a matter of fact, I've just come out of seclusion when I sensed the origin power fluctuations, so I rushed over. I didn't expect it to be the two of you." The Zhan brothers' hearts turned cold, and they were extremely shocked. If Mysterious Separation Island had compromised with the Heavenly Martial Union, then what right did the two of them have to compete? If he didn't fight, wouldn't he be comprehending the 10 rules? This was absolutely impossible. The two brothers' faces became gloomy and uncertain, unable to make a decision for a while. "How about this? I can give you two a concession. If you join the Heavenly Martial League," Yun Xiao said, "as long as it's not involved in the demonic war, the two of them can disobey you. However, once it involves a war with the demon race, you must listen to my orders. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy and will kill you without mercy." There was no doubt about their strength, and Yun Xiao very much hoped to pull them into the team, not wanting to push them too hard. Liao Xingqian smiled. "Alliance Master Yun, this is the first exception. What else do you two brothers have to consider? Although the power of natural law will spread, it won't spread out of the southern domain in a short time. This is a rare opportunity, and time is not on our side." "Good. We agree to it." Zhan Yu thought for a while. This was already the best outcome. If they continued to be in a stalemate, it would be difficult to obtain better conditions. He wasn't a rigid and stubborn person who knew how to take advantage of the situation. He said, "But I have to make it clear that as long as it doesn't involve a demonic war, even if Yanwu is destroyed, we brothers will not help." Yun Xiao smiled and inadvertently exchanged a look with Liao Xingqian. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. If it weren't for the demonic tribulation, I wouldn't have the mood to order you two around. As long as you make a heart's vow, you can live in the southern domain forever." A hard oath. The two brothers' faces changed, clearly not happy. But when he looked at the faces of Yun Xiao and the others, he knew that he could not compromise, so he could only make a hard oath, his face gloomy. "Welcome, welcome to the Heavenly Martial Union." Yun Xiao was in a good mood, and he clapped his hands to welcome her. "Humph." Zhan Yu's face was cold. He said coldly, "Quickly arrange a place for us to cultivate. If there's no MO battle, don't come and disturb us." Yun Xiao smiled faintly as he looked at Ling Mu Di. Ling Mu Di immediately ordered his men to make the arrangements. With gloomy faces, the two brothers followed the man and landed in Yanwu. Lingmu Di was also in a good mood. He praised, "Although these two brothers aren't good people, they're very strong. It's better to let them cultivate in seclusion in Yanwu, in case they cause trouble outside." Yunxiao nodded. "Now that the rules of the 10 directions are gradually spreading, I'm afraid that all the old monsters in the world of everlasting will come here after hearing the news. I'll have to trouble you, Lord Mu Di. Try your best to absorb them into the heavenly martial union. At the very least, they have to be like the Zhan brothers, willing to work for the demonic tribulation. Otherwise, we will not accept them." "Understood." Lingmu Di nodded. Suddenly, 2 beams of light flew up from Yanwu and arrived next to Yunxiao in the blink of an eye. They were Water Deity and Duanmu Youyu. "Big brother Yunxiao." The water deity called out and leaned over affectionately. Yunxiao smiled at her, then turned to Duanmu Youyu and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A faint trace of worry flickered between Duanmu Youyu's brows. Although her eyes were extremely clear, Yunxiao could not hide the faint worry in them. Duanmu Youyu said in a deep voice, "LVE been cultivating in seclusion with these few people. I've always felt uneasy. It's as if something is going to happen. I can't help but use the deity lot to calculate, showing that there will be a great tribulation between family and friends." "Relatives and friends? Who?" Yunxiao frowned. "Who are you referring to?" He suddenly had an idea and looked at the water deity beside him. "That's right." Duanmu Youyu nodded. "The divine lot is pointing to the Sea Emperor Palace." "What? What?" Yunxiao was shocked. "What will happen to the Sea Emperor Palace? And what is your relationship with the Ocean Emperor's Palace?" "His aunt is from the same sect as my mother," the water deity said. "Ah!" Yunxiao was taken aback. He thought of Ro Wei, who was still hanging by a thread under the 7-star lamp, and how she had such a connection with the Duanmu family. "Yes," Duanmu Youyu replied. "The mother of the water fairy princess, Lady Ro Wei, is the same as the Duanmu family. She is also a successor of the true primordial tactic." Yunxiao seemed to have figured out some problems, such as the remnant soul of Huidou sealed in Ro Wei's body. Since Feng Yaoli was also the successor of the true primordial tactics, these people were also related to the 100 will not. He still did not know that Duanmu Youyu had obtained the 100 will tying garment's inheritance, and did not know that the 100 will tying garment had died at Luanyu's hands. Duanmu Youyu said, "This feeling makes me uneasy. Not only that, I feel uneasy." He grabbed in the air and the 9 luminary star staff appeared in his hand. The star ring kept shaking and made a clear sound of collision. Yunxiao had also refined a part of the true primordial tactics. Although it was still very shallow, he had a feeling in his heart that the star staff seemed to have emotions and was emitting a sense of anxiety. This kind of anxiety even affected his state of mind, causing ripples in the bottom of his heart. "Let's go to the Sea Emperor's palace." Yunxiao made a prompt decision. The moment he made this decision, he immediately felt a wave of irritation spread in his heart, slowly turning into gloominess and solemnness, causing his mood to become heavy. "What's going on with this feeling, Ingluo?" Yunxiao was worried. Ever since he had cultivated the true primordial tactics, he had become more sensitive and seemed to be able to predict some inexplicable things. "Take more people with you to the Ocean Emperor Palace," Lingmu Di reminded him. "I won't be going with you." "Yes." Yunxiao nodded and said, "I don't think there are any Void Realm experts in the 4 seas, but I still have a feeling of uneasiness. Furthermore, I don't know what cultivation level Shilong, who is sleeping in the Rainland of the East Sea, is at. After going to the Ocean Emperor's Palace, I can go to the Rainland." Apart from the first dragon, the Rainland also had the World Sword with the dragon's head, Boundless Tribulation, which was also what Cheiyu wanted. At the thought of this, Yunxiao suddenly froze and fell into deep thought. If the ruling feather was always attached to the dragon-shaking hammer, then it would definitely not let go of the Boundless Calamity Sword. And that first dragon Zhuanshu was his son. Yunxiao only felt that the situation in the East Sea was a little chaotic, but he was not too worried. As long as Shilong's strength did not exceed Jiyu's, he would not cause too much trouble. Besides, the main goal of this trip was the Ocean Emperor's palace. If there were any changes, he could go to the East Sea next time. Let Pan go with you and I'll see who else is free, Ling Mudi said. Why do you want to bring Pan? Yun Xiao asked curiously. I don't think he'll be happy to do so, will he? Pan was standing quietly not far away. When he heard what was said, he frowned and seemed to be unhappy. Ling Mudi glanced at him, reminiscence and sadness flashing in his eyes. During the Demon Sealing War, Xiao Fengcan had a very close relationship with the Four Seas. Xiaofeng Kanggu, the name flashed through Yun Xiao's mind as he glanced at Pan. Although he was still the same person, his body was indeed the remains of Xiaofeng. Even so, Yun Xiao said, he is indeed no longer Xiao Fengcan. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a continuation of what happened in the past. Pan, come with me. Although Pan was not happy, for some reason, he rarely resisted Yun Xiao's orders. So he nodded and gave a soft Ling Mudi said, why don't you call your few female friends? Xianxia? Ling Mudi had wanted to call Beifeng Nan. But Beifeng Nan was also in closed-door cultivation, and his realm, which had fallen, was also beginning to recover. Among Yun Xiao's confidants, he knew that the only one who could spare time was Feini. Although Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunshang were not in seclusion, Yun Xiao knew that they had both reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. The reason why they did not announce that they were in seclusion was that they were on standby. As for Fei and I, all she needed to do now was to absorb the true tail plume of the heavenly phoenix. The next time she went into seclusion would be when she had finished absorbing the true tail plume. Then let's go with Feini. Call Gu Qingqing too, Yun Xiao said. Liao Xingqian, who was listening at the side, suddenly said, if there is a lack of manpower, my younger brother and I will go with you. Good, good. Water deity clapped her hands and laughed. I haven't seen Lord Star Abyss for a long time. Liao Xingqian's brother was Liao Xingyuan, who had been saved by the water deity in the demonic mist outside the ancient devil's well. Liao Xingqian nodded and smiled. My younger brother has also talked to me about Princess Water Fairy's life. I'm very grateful. He cupped his fists and thanked her sincerely. No need to thank me. I was also saved by someone. The water deity laughed. The scene of that day was constantly blurring in her mind. She couldn't remember what had happened, but she vaguely felt that she had been saved by someone. That's enough, Yun Xiao said happily. With the company of two lords, everything will be fine. All right, Ling Mudi said. These people will do. I'll inform them immediately. Liao Xingqian and his brother, Feini, Gu Qingqing, Pan, the three great demons can buy, and in the Divine Realm tablet, 8 Void Extreme Divine Realm experts, as well as Yun Xiao, Duanmu siblings, Water Deity, and her junior brother, were enough to sweep across the 4 seas. According to the Water Deity's description, there were many roads to the Forest of the Sea, but they were all extremely difficult to find. The most convenient way was to go through the 4 Seas Palace. The king of every sea controlled the passage to the Sea Forest, and the closest to Yanwu was the South Sea. The group immediately set out from Yanwu in search of the South Sea Palace. 10 days later, in a vast sea, a strong wind blew and huge waves rolled up. The entire sea turned into a whirlpool and rushed into the sky. Not good. It's the chief of the Mad Shark clan. In the sea, a large number of red creatures with hard shells were fighting bravely. Affected by the huge wave, they were all unstable and began to be swept away. Then, they were killed by a large number of Mad Shark warriors. Chief, let's quickly retreat. The red armored warriors had round eyes and their hands in their pincers. They were the Red Crab tribe. Although their individual strength was not as strong as the Mad Shark warriors, they had the advantage in numbers. The sea was filled with crushed crab shells and meat, floating in the thick bloody sea water. I can't retreat, the Red Crab tribe leader roared. The Turtle King will be here soon. A large number of Red Crab warriors rushed into the whirlpool like a huge meat grinder, never to return. They were all crushed into fresh meat and scattered in the sea. No, the Red Crab tribe chief shouted. This is the innate divine ability of the Mad Shark tribe overturning rivers and seas. But we won't be able to hold on for long. We'll win if we can hold on a little longer. A pair of sharp eyes appeared indistinctly in the whirlpool waves, shooting at the Red Crab Tribe Chief like a blade. The Red Crab Tribe Chief was shocked and took a few steps back. He snorted coldly. "What, I was right, wasn't I? You're the only one in the entire Mad Shark clan who can use this move. After this move, the Mad Shark clan will be swept into the history as trash and will no longer exist." The shark warriors in the vortex were so angry that they bared their teeth, their eyes red. Faces slowly appeared around that pair of sharp eyes. They stared at him with ashen eyes and said in a cold voice, "Aren't you afraid that when the royal family comes back, there won't be a place for you all anymore? Haha, the royal family is back? It's no longer possible." The Red Crab Tribe Chief was full of confidence. He placed his hands on his hips and scolded arrogantly, "According to the information I've received, it's not just our southern sea that went missing this time. Even the royal families of the other 3 seas have disappeared at the same time. This is definitely not a coincidence. If I'm not wrong, the 4 seas are about to change. And when the time for a change of dynasties comes, our Red Crab Tribe will slap you to death on the beach." The shark warriors were all shocked. They all screamed, "Impossible! Lord Clan Leader, is this true?" That pair of sharp eyes seemed to hesitate for a moment, but he did not answer. However, this seemed to be a tacit agreement. For a moment, the hearts of the people scattered and they fell silent in the incomparable shock. All of a sudden, a few of the shark warriors let out a blood-curdling screech as their bodies were crushed by a powerful force. Their blood and flesh exploded within the vortex. The rest of the soldiers were all shocked. Their race's physical bodies were strong enough to withstand all kinds of attacks. Who had the strength to crush their bodies in one go? A few more mad shark warriors were crushed into mincemeat one after another, and the huge vortex also began to slow down, as if it was facing a great obstacle. The eyes of the patriarch of the mad shark race were wide open. They were filled with shock and anger as he roared, "Turtle King! Even you have betrayed the royal family." The Red Crab Tribe's chief had said it before, but he did not believe it at all. Now that he felt that power, he gradually believed it. His eyes were full of anger and sorrow. Boom, boom, boom. Above the whirlpool, a huge shadow descended and fell into the sea, causing the entire whirlpool to explode. Voila! A shocking amount of water shot up into the sky. A large number of shark warriors' corpses were floating in the water, and their blood had dyed the entire sea red. On the shallow layer of the sea, a sea turtle as large as an island was dormant. Ha ha ha! It was the Turtle King. We're saved. We're going to win. The Red Crab Tribe Chief laughed wildly. The beard on his face trembled in excitement. The Red Crab warriors around them also cheered and took the opportunity to rush over, turning into water arrows with whooshing sounds. After being injured, many of the Berserk Shark Tribe warriors were immediately cut into pieces by the 10 or so Red Crab warriors. "Get out of the sea!" The head of the Mad Shark race roared out. "Walla! Walla!" The remaining 10 or so Mad Shark warriors rushed out of the sea with him and flew into the air. Wallala! A large area of seawater exploded, and hundreds of Red Crab warriors rushed out, surrounding the dozen of them. Ha ha ha! The final victory is still ours. The Red Crab Tribe Chief was in high spirits and said arrogantly, "Mad Shark, kneel down and kowtow a few times to this clan leader, and I'll spare your life." The Mad Shark Clan Chief glanced at him contemptuously as if he did not care about him at all. This infuriated the Red Crab Clan Chief as he roared, "Damn it! Kill! Kill them all! Leave no one alive!" A large number of Red Crab warriors rushed over, their killing intent shaking the sky. The dozen shark warriors had sorrowful expressions on their faces, but they were all unafraid of death. They let out a few earth-shaking roars as they charged towards the red crabs, gaining the upper hand for a moment. Suddenly, an old voice came from the ocean. It was filled with sorrow and sighed, "Mad Shark, why do you have to do this? A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you put down your resistance, the Mad Shark clan can still continue." "Humph! The patriarch of the mad shark race looked at the island-like turtle shell under the water and sneered. I'm sorry. I only have hot blood. What I lack is a slave's face. I never know what it means to know what is good for me. You're so stubborn. The Turtle King sighed. The entire clan will be buried because of you. The patriarch of the mad shark race sneered. Dying while standing is still better than you kneeling before these crab soldiers that I've never even looked at. Just thinking about you. A 10,000-year-old turtle. Kneeling and licking their boots makes me feel sick. The Turtle King was silent for a while, then said, Do you really think these red crabs can persuade me to betray the royal family? The patriarch of the mad shark race was shocked. Who is that? Who's the person behind this? The Turtle King said slowly, I don't know who is behind this. However, the person who made me betray him has a power that makes me tremble. He is a super expert of the sea tribe. The Turtle King's voice carried a trace of fear as he said in a trembling voice, Do you remember that the crab race has an ancestor? The patriarch of the mad shark race suddenly recalled and cried out, The super expert known as the Lord Divine Beast, Ancestor Crane Crab. The 10-odd members of the wild shark race all shuddered. They had heard of that old ancestor crane crab before. He killed people like they were numb to his touch, and he would make you disappear the moment something went wrong. It was rumored that even the royal families of the four seas were no match for this person. It was said that he had long surpassed the end of the martial Tao and entered a higher realm. The Turtle King slowly nodded and said, Since you know this person, you should admit defeat. If we surrender now, we can still preserve the legacy of the Mad Shark clan. It's too late, the Red Crab tribe leader shouted. Even if you kneel in front of me and beg me now, I will still kill the entire Mad Shark tribe. He has already missed the chance I gave him. No matter how much he begs for mercy, it's useless. His eyes were filled with the pleasure of revenge. Well said. You're worthy of being my children and grandchildren. A faint voice came from the sky and entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble and their hair to stand on end. Ah, it's the forefather. The Red Crab tribe chief cried out in joy. He knelt down on the spot and cried out, Greetings, ancestor. All the Red Crab warriors screamed and knelt down. There were only 7 shark warriors left. All of them had pale faces as they stood there numbly. There was a flash of light in the void, and a skinny old man in a long brocade robe appeared on the surface of the sea. His eyes were like those of crabs, and his body was suffused with a brown luster. Other than that, he was no different from a human. The old man's eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth held a cold and sinister smile. He said, A few mere sharks dare to resist this old man? It's been so many years since I've traveled the 4 seas that you've forgotten about this old man's existence. Patriarch, the Red Crab tribe's chief hurriedly knelt and said, Please calm down, Patriarch. This is just an ignorant thing. I will immediately clean it up for you. Kill them all. The Crane Crab elder waved his hand and said, I want to see their flesh being torn off piece by your pincers. Yes. The Red Crab tribe's chief cried out excitedly and shouted, Little ones, tear these arrogant guys apart and let the old ancestor see our strength. Yes. Hundreds and thousands of Red Crab tribe warriors had gathered around. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as the pincers in their hands made cracking sounds. So noisy, what are they doing? Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice indifferently rang out from the crowd. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw that there were more than 10 people standing on the Turtle King's island-like back. The Crane Crab Patriarch's heart trembled. When did these people appear? Even with his cultivation base, he had not noticed them at all. Furthermore, these people were all humans. He fixed his eyes on them. Except for 3 or 4 people, he couldn't see through the cultivation of the others. Are they all peak powerhouses? The Crane Crab Patriarch was shocked. He shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. It was impossible to have so many peak experts. These people must have a treasure to hide their strength. When he thought about it this way, he believed it and put down the stone in his heart. Who are you? The Red Crab tribe chief shouted and pointed at the dozen people on the turtle's back with a murderous aura. The dozen or so people were Xiao and his company. Xiao cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb you. I want to ask, isn't this the territory of the royal family of the South Sea? Why don't I see anyone from the royal family?" His divine sense directly covered a radius of 100 miles, and along the way, he did not see any Aura Ot the dragon descendants. Royal family? What do you want to do? Elder Crane Crab's sinister gaze swept across the 10-odd people, and he said coldly, "The Four Seas have never interacted with humans, so it's best if you don't get involved in our affairs." Xiao gave him a glance and was quite surprised. This old crab actually had the cultivation base of a peak-stage true immortal realm cultivator, only one step away from the sovereign patriarch realm. But, judging from his age and talent, he would be just below the sovereign patriarch realm in this life. Such experts were extremely rare in the Four Seas, but they were only the power on the surface of the Four Seas. There were also a large number of super sea tribes. Even the royal families of the Four Seas and the Ocean Emperor Palace did not dare to provoke them easily. This old crab was probably one of them. Xiao had guessed the situation right. He smiled and said, "We don't intend to interfere in your affairs. We just want to explore the way. May I ask where the king of the South Sea, Lord Qinming, is? Who are you? Why are you looking for Qinming?" The crane crab elder asked warily. "We don't care about your business," Xiao said with a smile. "Please don't mind our business and just point us the way." You old ancestor crane crab's face was extremely gloomy, and he was hesitating. Although he was sure that these people had treasures to hide their strength, those 3 or 4 people who could see through cultivation were also extremely powerful. He might not be their match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have talked so much nonsense and would have already killed them. "Are you the king's friends?" The patriarch of the mad shark race suddenly said with a fiery look in his eyes. Before Xiao could answer, water deity suddenly cried out, "You guys are from the mad shark clan?" The patriarch of the mad shark race was stunned. He cupped his fists and said, "I am indeed the patriarch of the mad shark clan. May I know who this young lady is?" He could feel that the water deity's temperament was extraordinary, and she was definitely not an ordinary person. If these people were friends of the royal family, they might be able to turn the tables today, so their eyes were eager and anxious. "You're just a vassal race under Qinming," the chemical cultivator said coldly. "You have no right to ask about my junior sister's background." The patriarch of the mad shark race had suffered a loss. Although he was angry, he still held it in and cupped his fists. "I was too reckless." "You're the vassals and guards of the royal family," the chemical cultivator said. "Why are you in such a sorry state? Did something happen to the royal family of the South Sea?" The patriarch of the mad shark race finally couldn't be bothered anymore as he hurriedly said, "There are indeed some changes in the royal family. These people want to seize the opportunity to seize the throne. If you are friends from the royal family, I hope you can help them." "Shut up. Kill him," the crane crab patriarch shouted angrily and ordered. "Kill these stupid things that are in the way." "Yes. Kill them," the red crab tribe chief hurriedly said. "Kill them." Crack! Crack! The hundreds of red crab tribe warriors raised their pincers and rushed over. "Not good. These little crabs are going to kill Mad Shark. Should we save them?" Water deity cried out in surprise as she looked at Xiao. She wanted to help him, but Xiao had promised the crane crab ancestor that he would not meddle in his affairs, so she was afraid that he would be unhappy. Xiao nodded slightly. "Chemical cultivator. Save him." The water deity was overjoyed. The chemical cultivator's body flickered and he appeared in front of the shark warriors. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the crane crab's heart sank. He shouted, "Not good. Be careful." However, it was too late. The chemical elementalist placed his palms together in front of him, and a flame rose up, turning into blades that slashed in all directions. Raging Inferno Saber. Hu Chi! A fierce flame swept across the sky, and a large number of screams rang out. More than half of the Red Crab tribe warriors were injured in an instant, and they were all burned to ashes. The Mad Shark clan's patriarch was stunned for a moment before becoming ecstatic. He had guessed that these people weren't simple, but he didn't expect them to be so strong that they could annihilate half of the clan in one move. The Red Crab tribe chief was completely petrified. He stood there in a daze, unable to think straight. Little brat. Savage. Die. The crane crab elder roared in anger. With a tap of his feet, the water surface exploded, and he shot up like an arrow. A red light appeared in his palm and turned into the shadow of a huge pincers, which he slashed down. The chemical elementalist was shocked and did not dare to be careless. Its body gradually transformed, revealing a long tail. It danced in the air like a giant blade and suddenly slashed over. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions, and blood immediately spurted out from the long tail. A large number of scales were cut off. The chemical cultivator cried out in pain and retreated. Water deity mumbled, "Trash!" In the end, he was still trash. He even said that he had advanced into the immortal state and that he was so powerful, but he couldn't even take a single move from this old crab. Xianxia was a little speechless, so he explained, "A transformation cultivator has only just reached the peak of returning to true form. This old crab has been at the peak of returning to true form for a long time. I'm afraid even ordinary divine sovereign justice realm experts can't take him down." The water deity took Xianxiao's arm and leaned her head on it as she said happily, "Big brother Xianxiao is still the best. He can take down this old crab with just one move." Duanmu Yoyu also sighed. "There are many hidden dragons and tigers in the four seas. I've never heard of this crane crab, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. We've been too ignorant in the past." Xianxiao nodded. In his previous life, he had also been stuck before reaching the peak, and his strength was almost the same as this old crab. He could not help but take a few more looks at him before saying, "Don't waste any more time? Who's willing to help?" "I'll do it," Liao Xingyuan said. He took a slow step forward and used spatial bending to appear right beside Crane Crab, striking out with his palm. The Crane Crab elder was in the midst of chasing after the transformation cultivator. Suddenly, all the pores on his body stood up. A chill of death spread in his heart. That palm was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in, covering the entire sky. "Who the hell are you?" he cried out in fear and despair. Why do you want to kill? Only now did he realize that these people didn't have any treasures that could hide their cultivation. It was just that he couldn't see through them. "I've come into contact with the Crane Crab clan before," Liao Xingyuan said indifferently. "They kill whoever they don't like. They're really annoying." As the palm fell, it broke through Patriarch Crane Crab's defense with a boom and shattered his shell. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. All the members of the sea race were instantly stunned. No matter if it was the Mad Shark clan, the Red Crab clan, or the Turtle King, they seemed to have turned into stone. Time flowed quietly, but it also seemed to have frozen. Xianxiao turned to the patriarch of the Mad Shark clan and said, "Where is the royal family? What happened in the South Sea? Tell us everything." Gulp! The patriarch of the Mad Shark race only came back to his senses after a while. He patted his huge head and felt a wave of pain. Only then did he realize that what he had seen was not an illusion. He realized that he had encountered a truly terrifying expert. It's not just the royal families of the Southern Sea. All the royal families of the four seas have disappeared. It's said that they've received orders from the Ocean Emperor's palace to have the four royal families leave their encampment and retreat into the deep sea, never to concern themselves with matters of the seas again. The Mad Shark clan's patriarch slowly told everyone what he knew, causing everyone to be stunned. "The four royal families have retired?" Xianxiao was taken aback. He would never do such a thing unless something major had happened. What the hell is going on? The Mad Shark clan's patriarch shook his head. "We don't know the inside story either. When the royal family retreated, they left us here to guard this place. They only said that they might come back again. It seems that this Qin Ming is not a good person either," Xianxiao cursed. "He fled with his family and left his loyal subordinates here to defend this place." The expression of the Mad Shark clan's patriarch was unsightly as he cupped his fists and said, "Darren, please don't speak nonsense. This is our duty." "Hee hee. Everyone has their own ambitions," Xianxiao sneered. Since you're willing, I won't say anything. I want to enter the Ocean Emperor's palace through the royal family. Is there any way? Enter the Ocean Emperor Palace? What do you want to do? The patriarch of the mad shark race was startled. He stared at the few of them vigilantly, revealing his instinctive vigilance. I'm a disciple of the Ocean Emperor. Isn't it normal for me to enter the Ocean Emperor's palace? The chemical cultivator snorted. He took out the token and threw it over. After the Mad Shark clan's patriarch checked it, he found that the token was indeed genuine. He was so shocked that he hurriedly presented it with both hands and greeted. So it's the Lord of the Sea Emperor Palace. Greetings, Lord. The chemical cultivator kept the token and said, No need to be so polite. Just tell us how to enter the forest of the sea. The patriarch of the Mad Shark clan said with difficulty, The secret passage to the forest of the sea has always been controlled by the royal family. I don't know either. The chemical cultivator frowned and said, Then how can we find the royal family? When Qin Ming and the others left, they didn't leave any contact information, right? No. The patriarch of the Mad Shark race shook his head. Only the royal race can contact us. We can't contact them. Xianxia was speechless. What a bunch of loyal blockheads. He suddenly sneered and said, You still want to escape? He grabbed at the sea in the air. The crane crab elder, who had been sent flying by Liao Xingyuan's palm, broke out of the water and was caught. He fell on the turtle shell, looking very embarrassed. Come, tell me, Xianxia said with a smile. How do we get to the sea forest? If you don't know, then I'll smash your head and search your soul. The crane crab patriarch trembled in fear. He quickly begged for mercy. Sir, I really don't know. Bang! Xianxia did not hold back at all. Not bothering to talk nonsense with him, he shattered the top of the man's skull with a palm and poured his divine sense into it to search his memory. The Turtle King and the Mad Shark clan chief were scared out of their wits, especially the Red Crab clan chief, who was standing in the distance. He was so scared that tears were streaming down his face. His legs were weak and he did not even have the strength to run. In their eyes, existences that were like gods were like ants in the hands of these people. They could be pinched and killed as they pleased. After a long while, Xianxia slowly retracted his divine sense, his face solemn. The crane crab's head exploded once again with a bang. The upper half of his body exploded, and his body shattered on the ground. Big brother Xianxia, how is it? Water deity asked hurriedly. I'm afraid we're in trouble, Xianxia said in a deep voice. It seems that a force wants to overturn the four seas, and it has allied with many super sea clans. This crane crab is just one of them. Many of the reclusive super sea clans have been invited. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Who has such great power? To be able to mobilize those super sea clans within the four seas, even the Sea Emperor might not be able to do it. I don't know. Xianxia shook his head and said, But the person who contacted Crane Crab was a man named Qiu. Are there any experts with this title in the four seas? The Water Immortal, the Transformation Cultivator, and the head of the Mad Shark clan all started to think. They all shook their heads. There are many super sea tribes in the deep sea, the chemical cultivator said. They might not have appeared for tens of thousands of years. It's not strange that we haven't heard of them, Gu Qingqing said. If it's the kind of sea tribe that has been hiding for hundreds of thousands of years, they might not even show up during the Demon Sealing War. Why did they come out now? Things may be worse than we thought, Xianxia said with a solemn expression. But we can only take one step at a time now. Everyone stay alert. Right now, our top priority is to enter the sea forest as soon as possible. We can only take the other paths. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the South Sea, Water Deity mumbled. I wanted to save time, but I made it even more troublesome. I don't know when I can see Father. Let's go, Xianxia sighed. It's a troubled time, and everything is coming up at once. Can't the four seas wait until after the demonic tribulation? It's as if we've discussed this beforehand. The group of them rose into the air and were about to turn into beams of light to escape. The transformation cultivator looked down at the giant sea turtle and said coldly, This thing has betrayed the royal family. which is also a betrayal of the Ocean Emperor Palace. I'll leave after I kill him. He immediately turned into a fiery light and rushed down, the huge red blade slashing down like a half-moon. The seawater parted with a splash, and the Turtle King's entire body was trembling. He cried out in fear, "Don't kill me! I know the entrance to the sea forest." Voila! The attack of the chemical cultivator immediately slanted and landed on the sea in the distance. The entire sea was split in half and a large amount of sea water evaporated. The Turtle King's entire head was retracted into its shell, and it quietly floated there, not daring to move. Xianxia and the others landed on his back again and stared at him coldly. The patriarch of the Mad Shark race frowned. "Only the royal race has control over the passageway. How could you have known? If you deceive these lords, you will only end up in an even more miserable state." The Turtle King carefully stuck his head out and begged, "I really do. Don't kill me. I've lived for 60,000 years and served 21 generations of the royal family. It's normal for me to know more than ordinary people." 60,000 years? You really are a 10,000-year turtle. "We were all talking about the entrance just now," Xianxia said coldly. "You pretended to be dead and didn't hear it, did you? Now you're only speaking when you're really dead? The reason I've lived so long, apart from the unique traits of the Turtle Clan, is also because I don't like to talk," the Turtle King said bitterly. Everyone was stunned, thinking that what this bastard said made a lot of sense. You could eat whatever you wanted, but you couldn't say whatever you wanted. Many people in the realm of heavenly martial arts had lost their lives because of what they said. Although no one had counted it, it was estimated that more than half of them had lost their lives. Xianxia waved his hand in frustration and said, "Then hurry up and tell me, or you'll end up like that crane crab." The Turtle King was afraid. The corpse of the crane crab was still on his turtle shell. How could he dare to talk nonsense? He hurriedly explained the entrance of the passage he knew clearly. "That's right, it should be there." Water deity clapped her hands. "This sea turtle is not honest," she said ruthlessly. "Since he has already confessed, it's useless. Let's kill him." The chemical cultivator was stunned. He looked at water deity with a wry smile, then at Xianxia, as if he were saying that water deity had been led astray by him. Don't kill me. You have to keep your word." The Turtle King was so frightened that tears flowed down his face. He cried so sadly. Xianxia stomped his foot down and shattered a large piece of the turtle shell as he cursed. "When did I say I would spare your life? Get out of my sight. And don't ever see an old bastard like you in front of me again." He couldn't even be bothered to kill such a bastard. The Turtle King felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He shed tears of gratitude and slowly sank into the sea. Gu Qingqing suddenly said, "Wait! Since you've lived for so long, have you ever heard of the word prisoner?" The Turtle King's body came to a stop and his face was filled with doubt. He shook his head and said, "My lords, this one has never heard of it." Gu Qingqing waved her hand. "All right, it's fine now. Get lost." After determining the location, they turned into a dozen streams of light and left. As the Turtle King watched them leave, the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. In the depths of his eyes, there was a touch of extreme terror. His huge body trembled violently on the sea. It did not feel this kind of fear even when it was on the verge of death when the transformation cultivator slashed it with his sword. It was difficult for the dry throat in the open mouth to make any sound. If one listened carefully, they would only hear the trembling word, "prisoner." Several hours later, according to the coordinates given by the Turtle King, they arrived in the sky above the sea. Xianxia examined the area with his divine sense and said, "It should be below here." The ocean was boundless. Without coordinates and a pointer, or an extremely powerful divine sense, even the most powerful existence would find it difficult to find the way. Everyone dived into the sea. At a glance, they could see that it was an ordinary sea area without any traces. "It's here," Xianxia said happily. "This is it." Under the gaze of his lunar pupils, he saw that there was an illusion set up nearby. With a slight turn of his pupils, vast spiritual power swept out. The surrounding sea water fluctuated, and the scene changed completely. A huge formation appeared at the bottom of the sea, hidden by the sand. "This is it. I've used this formation before," the water deity shouted happily. Xianxia and the others went up and carefully examined it. Only after they found that it was not damaged did they use it with ease. Soon, after all kinds of origin crystals were placed inside, a huge light spread out at the bottom of the sea, and a terrifying power swept across the sea area for several miles, turning it into a huge whirlpool. However, this was nothing compared to the entire South Sea. The dozen or so people were enveloped by a ray of light and instantly sucked into the passage, heading towards the forest of the sea. After a while, Yunqiao's face suddenly changed as he stared at the dark space in front of him. His face twisted like a ghost's. "There's something wrong with the passage." Gu Qingqing was also shocked. Yunxiao nodded and retracted his divine sense. "Fortunately, it's not a powerful technique. It's just using strength to seal the passage. I just need more power to break it." "In that case, just in case, let's all attack together and break the seal," Liao Xingqian said. "It's very tightly sealed," Yunxiao said, "but that's only relative." "I'm enough," he said, his eyebrows twitching. He took out the sword Death and slashed at the red. A vast sword force slowly gathered. At the same time, at the other end of the passage, somewhere in the sea forest, two men with strange faces stood in the air, staring at the barrier that had just been set up. One of them let out a long breath and smiled. "This way, it's foolproof. Even if it's an expert at the peak of perfection, he can forget about coming out of this passage." The other person nodded and said, "Let's go. There are still 2 more passages waiting to be sealed." "What's the hurry?" the first person said. "It took us too much effort to seal these entrances. Let's rest for a while." The other person's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, "There's only 7 days left. We must seal all the passageways. This is an absolute order. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to bear the responsibility." "Motherfucker. Only 7 days left. Isn't this asking for our lives?" the first person complained, his face full of vulture, and snorted. "Even if we rush over now to set it up, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it in 7 days. The other person said coldly, "Even if I die, I have to complete it. Otherwise, I'll really die. Let's go. Don't waste time here." The two of them swallowed some natural treasures, calmed down, and were about to move. Suddenly, the two of them stopped. They looked at each other and then turned to look at the restriction they had just set up. One of them said, "I keep feeling like there's a Xianxia in the passage." Before he could finish his words, a huge bright light pierced through the restriction and instantly cut him into pieces. The sword chi split the void and shot into the forest in the sea. A large number of trees were instantly turned into nothingness. But because of the restriction, the sword chi did not cause too much of a shock. The other man who had set up the restriction was frightened. He shuddered a few times, then let out a wild cry and suddenly flew into the sky. However, just as his body left the ground, he was cut into pieces by a golden light. "Ah, you killed him?" The chemical cultivator was shocked and looked at the water deity. The water deity's face was covered with a layer of frost as she said coldly, "You dare to seal the passage? Don't you deserve to die?" The chemical cultivator shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's not that he doesn't deserve to die," Yunxiao sighed. "It's just that he can provide a lot of information. We should have searched his soul first before killing him. Anyway, we're already back. We'll know what's going on soon." Yunxiao nodded and did not say anything more, because it was a little tiring to talk to Water Fairy. "Come with me." The water deity returned to the forest of the sea. She was in an extremely good mood and was very lively. "If you don't have a guide, you won't be able to leave this forest of the sea. Follow me." Full of energy, she turned into a beam of light and led the way, followed by Yunxiao and the others. However, after flying for a short while, the water deity let out a blood-curdling scream and almost fell from the sky. In the middle of the boundless forest, there was a huge monster's corpse. Yunxiao's face darkened as well. He recognized the monster. It was the deep-sea monster that Water Fairy had often summoned before. Daodu! Daodu is dead! Woo-woo! The water deity pounced on the monster and started crying. Tears were streaming down her face. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense, and his heart was filled with shock. Not only was Daodu dead, but there were also more than 30 dead deep-sea beasts lying in the surrounding 100 miles. Moreover, after careful observation, he found that there were not many signs of damage around the bodies. It was clear that these deep-sea giant beasts were almost killed in seconds. Gu Qingqing examined Daodu's body and said, "Insta-kill. With their current cultivation base, they could kill these things in seconds, but within the 4 seas, there were not many known powerhouses who could do it. Let's go to the Ocean Emperor's palace first." Yunxiao pulled Water Deity up and said, "I hope Master Ocean Emperor is fine." The Water Deity then stood up in grief and sobbed, "Daodu, you lie down here for a while. I'll definitely take revenge for you." Yunxiao sighed to himself as his right lunar pupil emitted a faint glow and cast a simple illusion in the surrounding area, so that the water fairy could not see the corpses of the other deep-sea beasts. Otherwise, he did not know how much she would cry. The water deity was also worried about her father, so she turned into a golden light and flew toward the Ocean Emperor's palace. Gu Qingqing and the others also looked very serious. Yunxiao's illusion could not block their divine sense. Along the way, they found that the entire sea forest had almost become a graveyard. In addition to the deep-sea beasts, all the sea beasts who had lived in it had died. After flying for a while, the Ocean Emperor's palace appeared in front of them. In front of the majestic palace, there was a huge square. At first glance, other than the emptiness, there was also a bit of blood. Hundreds and thousands of corpses lay on the ground, blood everywhere. Some were dried, but some were still fresh. "Father!" The water deity shouted in worry and rushed down. With a bang, he hit his head on the barrier. The shock made him dizzy and he almost fell from the sky. Yunxiao hugged her and comforted her. "Don't worry. The barrier is still there, which proves that Master Poseidon should be fine." Water deity clutched the bump on her head, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she shouted, "Father! Quickly open the barrier. Our daughter is back." After a few calls, there seemed to be a reaction from the palace. A figure in golden armor appeared in front of the hall. It was Xuya. He focused his gaze and cast a few incantations, which turned into hundreds of talismans and flew into the air. The entire restrictive barrier shook slightly and disappeared. Yunxiao and the others immediately flew in, and Xuya opened the barrier again. "Where's my father?" The water deity rushed forward and grabbed Xuya, looking unwilling. "Master Poseidon is fine in the palace," Xuya said, his face grave. "Why are you back at this time?" "Father!" When the water deity heard that her father was fine, her worries immediately dissipated into smoke. She left the crowd in joy and ran in. "Greetings, Mr. Xuya." Yunxiao cupped his fists and said, "What happened in the 4 seas?" "We don't know," Xuya said, shaking his head. "What?" Everyone was stunned as they looked at the corpses in front of the palace. There were all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Furthermore, all the sea folk in the sea forest had been slaughtered, and the Sea Emperor's palace had no idea who they were. Xuya said, "I only know that there's big trouble, but—" He revealed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. "But Poseidon doesn't care." Yunxiao was well aware of the negative attitude of the Sea Emperor, so he said, "Let's go and see the Sea Emperor first." Xuya glanced at the people around Yunxiao and was immediately shocked. The auras of these people were like an abyss, and he could not see through them at all. He had only seen the Duanmu siblings before, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The Duanmu siblings also hurriedly clasped their hands together and nodded. Duanmu Yuyu said, "I've been feeling uneasy recently, so I deduced that something had happened in the 4 seas. I didn't expect it to be true. No wonder you guys came back at this time," Xuya said in realization. "It's because of you." His tone was harsh as he said, "Poseidon doesn't care about what's happening now. He only cares about Princess Water Fairy. Your return will only make him uneasy." Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly and said, LVE been feeling uneasy for the past few days. I can't just sit here and do nothing. And don't worry, Lord Zuya. With Li Yunxiao here, we'll definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Since the 100th Will Yui had asked him to follow and assist Yunxiao, he had gradually adapted to the position of an auxiliary, and his confidence in Yunxiao had gradually increased. Apart from Yi Qingyu, Yunxiao was the only one in the entire heavenly martial realm who could lead the demonic war. There was no third person. I've also noticed that Yunxiao is extraordinary, Zuya said. He's no longer someone I can reach. His eyes also flashed with joy, as if he was looking forward to something. Yunxiao smiled wryly. Don't make me laugh, my lord. I'll go and see Poseidon first. I have something important to report to him. The group of people was about to enter when they suddenly stopped and turned around. A large number of Sea Tribe warriors swarmed in from all directions. They attacked from the sky, the forest, and the sea. He's not an ordinary person, Yunxiao said with a frown. Judging from the attack, he's not an ordinary person. With such a tight organization, it should be easy to find out who is behind the scenes, right? Zuya nodded and said, if you really want to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult. However, you should also know the temperament of Master Poseidon. In the entire forest of the sea, I'm the only guard, as well as 10 or so servants that can be ignored. No. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, Lord Poseidon is really a man of love. Ro Wei's situation had almost ruined his life, but he had never regretted it. Yunxiao sighed in his heart and said to himself, he hoped that the heavenly fortune pill he brought could save Ro Wei. Wait a moment, Zuya said. Let me take care of these scums first. He flew up into the air, his body shining brightly as he brandished his sword. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it disintegrated in the sky, turning into thousands of runes that were hidden inside the barrier. Suddenly, the entire sky trembled and the light of the barrier suddenly brightened, as if a layer of tangible jade covered the sky. A dangerous aura spread out from the barrier. Suddenly, tens of millions of sword chi shot out and slashed at the Sea Tribe members in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with the sounds of the Sea Tribe members being slashed and exploded. A large number of corpses fell to the ground, once again shattered by the barrier. Yunxiao looked at the center of the square. The broken bodies were obviously much stronger than the Sea Clan outside, which proved that the barrier must have been broken. Now, the low and mid-tier Sea Tribes outside were practically committing suicide. Even if Zuya didn't do anything, they would still crash into the barrier and consume its energy. Zuya's expression turned ugly. The enemy's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, but they didn't show their full strength, as if they were deliberately exhausting them. However, in the entire Ocean Emperor's palace, only he and Poron could fight. He really could not understand what the other party was thinking. Lord Zuya, Yunxiao suddenly asked, have you ever heard of a super expert of the Sea Tribe called Chiu? Imprisoned. Zuya was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I've never heard of it. Young Master Yun, why do you ask? Yunxiao immediately told him about the matter of the crane crab ancestor. Zuya fell into deep thought. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out, Yunxiao said with a smile. We'll deal with it when the time comes. The other party must have a plan. Then, the true master behind them would appear sooner or later. At this moment, the target has yet to appear, which is why they are constantly testing the waters with their attacks. Young Master Yun, you're right, Zuya nodded. But there doesn't seem to be anything precious in the Ocean Emperor's palace that's worth the trouble. Could it be for the ancient Maha Seal script? But those are just imitations. How could they be so attractive? I don't know, Yunxiao said. Let's wait quietly. Or we can take the initiative to attack and clear out the enemies in the sea forest, and then seal the passage, letting them fall into their own trap. Gu Qingqing did not agree. That seal is useless to a supermaster. Instead, it will take a lot of effort. It's not worth it. Let's just focus on guarding the Ocean Emperor's palace. Liao Xingqian and his brother also agreed with Gu Qingqing. Zuya laughed bitterly. You all do have a point, but it would be too passive to just protect the palace. After all, the four seas are huge. There are many things that can give us a headache. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at some light green things in the distance. They slowly spread in the air like seaweed, and then expanded in all directions like ink dripping into water. This should be the headache that Lord Zuya was talking about, right? Yunxiao pointed at the green things, which appeared in the sky like big raindrops, spreading and approaching. The entire sky began to be covered. At first, it was a light green color, but as those things overlapped and merged, it slowly turned into a pale green, almost blocking out the sun. The Ocean Emperor Palace had been brightly lit before, but it had become completely dark as everyone conversed. Fear flashed in Zuya's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "That's right. Although this thing was algae, it had intelligence and was an ancient item that was extremely precious. It's rarely seen in the 4 seas, but I've seen it a few times in the past few days. Be careful, everyone," he said vigilantly. "The barrier is about to be broken." "Break the enchantment?" Liao Xingyuan was shocked. "This thing is extremely corrosive," Zuya said. "There are a lot of black and green meatballs on the algae meat. The black ones will explode, and the green ones contain poison. It was these things that broke the barrier a few times before." Everyone saw that the meatballs attached to the barrier were expanding and contracting with each breath. Finally, one of the beads exploded. The impact wasn't very strong, but it caused a chain reaction. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of beads began to explode with a bang. The muffled sound of frying beans overlapped, and the air around the entire hall was smoky. The enchantment had not broken yet, but everyone felt a great discomfort. In just a moment, the enchantment suddenly shattered, and a large amount of seaweed poured down, carrying a large amount of poisonous liquid, which was pungent. Zuya was about to make a move when Yunxiao stopped him and said, "I'll do it." "Wind!" He raised his hand and shouted. A tornado immediately flew out of his palm and instantly expanded to dozens of acres in size, rolling up all the green algae and blasting them into the distance. Boom! The whirlwind turned into a rope that was 10,000 feet thick. Not only the green algae, but also the sea tribe members around the Ocean Emperor Palace were all swept up and blasted into the distance, shaking into the deep sea. Everything that flew out of the hurricane was turned into minced meat, unrecognizable. With one move, the whole world became quiet in just a dozen breaths. A strong wind blew across the sky, transforming into a crocodile. It slowly crawled down and lay on Yunxiao's shoulder, then closed its eyes to rest. Fanio laughed as she went to tease the crocodile. She could not help but kiss it. What a great method. I wanted to throw a few balls of fire and burn them into thin air. The crocodile opened its eyes and rolled its eyes at her before going back to sleep. Zuya was dumbfounded. He looked at the crocodile in fear. It looked harmless, but it contained such terrifying power. 5 elemental wind spiritual body? Yunxiao nodded with a smile. That's right. It's the wind transforming spirit. It's the best thing to use to clean up these scums. The whole square is clean now. The corpses and remains on the square were also swept away by the strong wind, becoming clean and tidy. Zuya laughed. The opportunities you've received over the years are beyond my understanding. Perhaps you'll be able to resolve the crisis the Sea Emperor Palace is facing this time. I'll clean up the dregs within 100 miles, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll clean them up as well. He flew into the sky and raised his hand. His body glowed with white light and a bolt of lightning shot into the sky from his palm, spreading out in the sky. Boom! The lightning exploded, turning into countless electric snakes that shot in all directions. The sea forest was a strange space with water, land, and air. A large number of trees grew in the sea, and the Sea Emperor Palace occupied the entire land. Above the sea and land was a sky. After the attack of the sea tribe, Yunxiao had sensed many auras lurking in the surroundings. A wave of thunderbolts scattered and struck in all directions, blasting out a large number of broken limbs and bodies, and all kinds of screams rang out. Humph! Turning into lightning is just a small trick. Humph! A cold snort came from the void, immediately attracting more than 10 lightning snakes to attack. A huge hand stretched out from the source of the sound and caught all the lightning snakes in the palm. Immediately after, the space trembled and a 9-feet-tall burly man walked out with a dwarf-like man following closely behind. Other than the contrast in their figures, their appearances were almost identical, like twin brothers. On the other side of the forest of the sea, a sneer could be heard. Space was torn open, and countless lightning snakes were swallowed up. Suddenly, a green light shot out from the crack. A pitch-black figure slowly walked out of it. It was actually a young man. The young man had black hair and delicate and demonic facial features. The only thing that made people feel uncomfortable was that he had 3 eyes, which were somewhat similar to Xianxia's expression when he opened his primordial heavenly eye. As soon as the 3 of them appeared in the sky, they immediately brought an inexplicable pressure to the Sea Emperor Palace. "Ghost horse, Ice Eye!" Wuxia exclaimed in shock. Gu Qingqing was stunned. These 3 people were indeed extraordinary. She asked, "You know these 3 people?" Wuxia's expression was grave as he said, "The 2 brothers that look similar are from the Ghost Horse clan. This young man was from the Cold Eye clan. The 2 great clans had been silent for tens of thousands of years. They were super sea clans that had never interfered with the affairs of the world. Even the Ocean Emperor's palace only has a few words about them, but they're all extremely terrifying existences." Gu Qingqing was shocked. They haven't appeared for tens of thousands of years, and now they all appear together. Is it all because of that man called Chiu? Who is this person? Wuxia shook his head, his expression ugly. "I don't know. I'm also very curious now." Xianxia glanced at the 3 of them. Apart from the short man, the other 2 had the cultivation base of a divine sovereign realm. However, that primal and barbaric aura gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. His intuition told him that these 2 people definitely wouldn't just stay at the realm of divine sovereign justice. The man from the Cold Pupil clan chuckled and stared at the 2 brothers. "I didn't think that the Ghost Horse clan would have survivors." The 2 men looked at Lang Tong with their 4 eyes, but they did not dare to look directly into his vertical eye. The dwarf said in a strange voice, "Are you the only one left in the Lang Tong clan?" "Humph. Why do you care?" Lang Tong waved his hand, and a gust of cold wind blew towards the void. "We're all out. So why are you still hiding?" As the cold wind blew past, a red light appeared in the void and gradually transformed into 2 figures. One of them was wrapped in a red robe, leaving only his white beard outside. The other man had a grim expression on his face. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Xianxia in the sky with hatred. "Bone Rainbow!" Xianxia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wuxia was also furious. "Bone Rainbow! Ancestor Yunxing!" Gu Hong did not say a word, but he looked at Xianxia and Wuxia with a cold smile on his face. He really wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but his grandfather was here, so it was not his turn to speak. Grandmaster Yunxing snorted and glanced at Wuxia in disdain. "Little brat, you dare to call me by my name? You're really a gutsy one. The Sea Emperor's palace has always been on good terms with the cloud beings," Wuxia said angrily. "How dare you turn against us? Gu Hong, as the disciple of the Sea Emperor, your actions are betraying your master and your ancestors." Ancestor Yunqing's eyes turned cold and he said, "Deceiving your master and destroying your ancestor? Who do you think you are to dare to say this in front of this lord?" A red glow appeared silently. The space fluctuated slightly, leaving a faint mark as it slashed down. Wuxia's face turned pale. He could not withstand a single blow from Ancestor Yunxing. He only noticed the red light when it was close to him. Suddenly a hand reached out. There was no fancy or skill, just a simple slap. With a soft bang, the red light was extinguished. The one who attacked was Pan Yi, who was the closest to Wuxia. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of solemnity. The strength of the patriarch was only at the divine sovereign realm, but with the blow just now, it had instantly risen to the void tier. It should be due to the rules of heaven and earth that these super members of the Sea tribe suppressed their cultivation to the sovereign patriarch. As the rules of 10 directions were released, the time they could stay in the extreme void also began to change. From the looks of it, The Ghost Horse clan's twins and this Cold Eye clan's brat were most likely void tier. He began to worry. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy. He didn't expect that such a terrifying power was hidden in the four seas. Then who was the prisoner? To be able to mobilize so many super members of the Sea Tribe, their strength must be extraordinary. The Sea Emperor's palace only had two people, Poron and Zuya, so it should be easy to take them down. Why did they make such a big move? All kinds of questions popped up in Yunxiao's mind, but he knew that, with the appearance of these people, he was not far from the answer. The moment Pan Yi made his move, the few people in the sky were shocked. The Ghost Horse brothers, Lung Tong, and Patriarch Yunsheng were all shocked. When Pan Yi attacked, no elemental energy fluctuation could be felt at all. It was purely his physical body that had shattered the red light. Lung Tong exclaimed, "Sanctified body? That's impossible." Although Grandmaster Yunsheng's expression was solemn, he quickly regained his composure and nodded. "I shouldn't be wrong. Furthermore, it seems to be even more powerful than a body at the phenomenal success stage." The Ghost Horse brothers, Lung Tong, and Patriarch Yunsheng were all shocked. When Pan Yi attacked, no elemental energy fluctuation could be felt at all. It was purely his physical body that had shattered the red light. Lung Tong exclaimed, "Sanctified body? That's impossible." Although Grandmaster Yunsheng's expression was solemn, he quickly regained his composure and nodded. "I shouldn't be wrong. Furthermore, it seems to be even more powerful than a body at the phenomenal success stage. It's even more powerful than a physical body at the phenomenal success stage." "What?" Lung Tong was shocked and said, "A sanctified body is already immortal." The dwarf from the Ghost Horse clan chuckled and said, "The physical body is the same as cultivation. Even if one becomes a saint, there are many realms. I've only neared Otitnem. Baktnen, Lord Elru Dragon's Nisselkal Dosi, was Tianyi true supreme sacred body." "That's true. No matter how strong his physical body is, he can't be stronger than Lord True Dragon," Lung Tong said. Grandmaster Yunsheng looked at Pan Yi coldly, then shifted his gaze from Pan Yi to the Liao brothers, Gu Qingqing and the others. His expression turned ugly. The Ocean Emperor Palace seems to have invited some impressive helpers. When his gaze fell on Feini, his heart could not help but tremble and a chill rose in his heart. This chill was like an inborn fear that was directly engraved in his blood and bones, and it woke up at this moment. True blood of the heavenly phoenix. Grandmaster Yunsheng's face twisted into a ball, and even his facial features were gone. Gu Hong's body also trembled, and his face was filled with fear. "Oh? Is it really the true blood of the celestial phoenix?" The Ghost Horse brothers and Lung Tong also looked down in shock. "The Yunsheng tribe was a vassal of the Phoenix tribe in ancient times," the goblin said seriously. "They were naturally suppressed in their blood. No wonder ancestor Yunsheng was so scared. Tisk tsk. Then it can't be wrong. It's the heavenly phoenix." Lung Tong's vertical eye shot out a cold light, but it was more filled with greed. He smacked his lips and licked them. Feini suddenly understood and laughed. "So you're the slave that has been passed down since ancient times. Come and greet this sect master." Grandmaster Yunsheng's entire body trembled and his face turned ashen. It was unknown if it was from anger or fear. Damned Junior. Did they think that they could overturn the heavens just because they had the heavenly phoenix bloodline? It's just a bloodline. You really think you're a celestial phoenix? Although he said so, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. This was because he had seen ordinary powerhouses with the heavenly phoenix bloodline before, and they were definitely not able to cause him to feel fear. The concentration of Feini's bloodline must have reached an unimaginable level, and it was very likely that it was infinitely close to the heavenly phoenix. "Hee. It seems like you're not an honest servant. I'll make you kneel down and call me master later," Feini said coldly. "You coward." Grandmaster Yunsheng was almost angered to death. He had never suffered such humiliation in countless years. His blood vessels were all protruding out, but he was still extremely wary of Feini and did not dare to attack. The Ghost Horseman expressionlessly said, "Not only does this girl have the genuine blood of the celestial phoenix, but I think the others are also very difficult to deal with. Since when did so many strong cultivators appear in the realm of heavenly martial arts? You're right, brother. It seems that we've been in seclusion for too long, and we're severely out of touch with the news. The goblin dwarf nodded. No wonder Master Chiu was so cautious and summoned all of us. He looked around and asked suspiciously, "The other families haven't come yet? Have they all died out over the years? Or have they always been so slow?" "I think they're all dead," Leng Tong muttered, holding his chin. "Who is this three-eyed monster talking about?" An angry voice came from afar. It was actually a woman's voice. Everyone looked into the distance, only to see the forest of the sea being split apart by a force without any warning. A figure flashed, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. The beautiful woman stretched her waist. Every detail was charming and moving. The ribbon on her arm glowed like the rosy clouds, exuding a soul-stirring charm. "I was wondering who it was," said Leng Tong coldly. "So it's the mermaid of the Horned Dragon clan. What? Does the three-eyed monster have a problem with me?" Danu blinked her eyes, and the space seemed to fluctuate. Leng Tong's vertical eye closed instantly. The space in front of him twisted slightly, and a white light flashed faintly. "Don't use your bewitching technique on me. It's useless. We'll only know if it's useful after we try." Danu's face darkened, and she strode toward him. "Stop it. Master Chiu was the one who summoned them. If anything goes wrong, who will be responsible for it?" Grandmaster Yunxing scolded. Danu finally stopped and stared at Leng Tong coldly. "After this matter is over, this woman will find you to settle the score." "The people here are all tough," Leng Tong retorted. "Whether you can leave here alive is still a problem." Danu was furious and was about to explode. Grandmaster Yunxing felt a headache coming on. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a conflict again, he said angrily, "Leng Tong, can't you just shut up?" Leng Tong scoffed. "Grandmaster Yunxing, you think you're qualified to lecture me? Do you think you are Master Chiu's spokesperson? Or do you think you're above us? You coward! You should die. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Grandmaster Yunxing said angrily. "Danu, let's join forces and kill him. In any case, this kind of trash will only get in the way and will be of no help to Master Chiu." Ever since Fanny appeared, he had been upset, and his temper and temperament had reached the extreme. How could he stand Leng Tong's mockery? "Patriarch's words are exactly what I want," Danu said happily. Killing intent flashed in their eyes at the same time, and their figures flickered and disappeared from where they were. Leng Tong's vertical eye suddenly opened, and a white light flashed through it. With a wave of his arm, he tore the space apart, and his body was teleported out. Bang! The space they were in had shattered into countless fragments. As soon as Leng Tong's figure stopped, he shouted and struck out with his hands. Boom! The space was pierced through, and a palm stretched out from within to meet his fists. A huge force exploded, and the two of them were sent flying. Yunxiao and the others were speechless. Before the battle, the other side had an internal strife. However, they were also happy to see it, and just stood in front of the Sea Emperor's palace and watched. Leng Tong retreated a few thousand feet in the sky. His eyes flashed and landed on the bone rainbow. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Ancestor Yunxing, if you dare to attack me, I'll kill your descendants first." Gu Hong was startled. He felt a deathly aura envelop him, and he cried out in alarm, "Save me, old ancestor!" He turned into a beam of light and tried to escape. However, as he flew, he was shocked to find that he was charging in the opposite direction of Leng Tong. Under the circumstances, he felt a little dizzy and unreal. He suddenly felt his limbs turn cold and knew that he had fallen into the other party's illusion. This is interesting." Yunxiao's expression changed. Leng Tong's vertical eye, like his lunar pupil, had the power of illusion. Ancestor Yunxing was shocked. He formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted. He immediately transformed into a demon, and giant wings appeared on his back. He flapped them fiercely. The surrounding space was immediately frozen by a force, and the bone rainbow's flight light slowed down. With another wave of Ancestor Yunqing's fan, he flashed past and took the bone rainbow away. The two ghost horses couldn't stand it anymore, and the dwarf shouted, "Stop! No one can kill anyone in a short time. If this continues, it'll really be a big problem." Grandmaster Yunqing snorted coldly and retracted his wings. He returned to his human form and did not seem to want to fight anymore. Danu took a step out of the void and said coldly, "Fine, for the sake of Master Chiu, I'll let this three-eyed monster go for now." Lung Tong laughed coldly, but he seemed to have restrained himself and did not say anything more. "I wonder if there are any other Super Sea clans, or if we are the only ones left in the Four Seas," the Ghost Horse Clan's brawny man said. Danu said coldly, "How is that possible?" The vastness of the Four Seas was difficult to estimate. One should not be a frog in a well. It's just that you might not know the location of some of the sea race, and even if you do, you might not be able to invite all of them. "That's true," the Ghost Horseman nodded. "What should he do now? Should we take down these people first? I can see that their strength is extraordinary. We may not have a chance of winning." It was only then that Danu began to carefully look at Yunxiao and the others, and she was shocked. Since when did so many strong cultivators appear in the realm of heavenly martial arts? "Are you done?" Yunxiao asked leisurely. "Are you done?" Danu looked at him and asked in a daze, "Little brother, where are you from? Are you really from the realm of heavenly martial arts?" "Nonsense," Yunxiao said. "Are you from the devil realm?" If they were done messing around, it would be time to talk about serious matters. Who was the prisoner? What is his purpose? Danu and the others' expressions all changed, as if they were extremely afraid of this topic. Danu threw a flirtatious look at him, and said with an enchanting smile, "Hee, I can't tell you. It's a secret." Zuya and the others felt their minds tremble slightly, as if they were affected by the spell. They couldn't help but be shocked as they all used their Yuan techniques to block the technique. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. He scolded with a smile, "Secret your head. Since you don't want to say anything, I'll beat you to death first. If that prisoner has the courage, he should come out." Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly froze. A wisp of divine sense was faintly discernible and faintly fell on his body. It was as soft and weak as goose feathers and white snow. Yunxiao looked up and saw the clear sound of footsteps coming from ahead of the sea forest. Under the clattering of hooves, the wheels of the carriage rumbled forward. Zuya and the others also noticed the abnormality. They all flew into the air and looked in the direction of the sound. "Is the main character here?" Faye and I was shocked. Two crimson monsters with the head of a dragon and the body of a bull pulled a bronze chariot out of the void. The chariot was simple and ancient, but it did not lose its magnificence. The bronze wheel spun forward with a rumbling sound, as if it was crushing the long river of time. The faint light from the forest of the sea shone on the chariot, making it look peaceful and quiet. The dragon chariot came and stopped not far from the palace. Time seemed to have stopped along with it, and the entire sea forest was silent. Grandmaster Yunxiang and the rest trembled and broke the silence. They stepped forward and bowed. "My lord!" These existences were all arrogant, and none of them were willing to submit to each other. But they were all very respectful in front of the chariot, not daring to disobey. The images on the chariots suddenly became bright and vivid, as if they had come to life. The 9-colored clouds gathered above the carriage, and the light shone down, turning into imposing figures in the surroundings. They were all mighty warriors with weapons in their hands. Yunxiao and the others had a bad feeling. A word suddenly flashed in Yunxiao's mind, and he said in surprise, "True spirit?" These tall and mighty warriors all had strange appearances. Many of them had been seen in ancient books and on the copper pillars of the Ocean Emperor's palace. They were the true spirits. Zuya's entire body trembled. Under the pressure of these powerful beings, he felt a great pressure on his spirit. "Who the hell is Yu? Ancestor Yunxiang and the others bowed and stood at the side, not daring to raise their heads or speak. A man's voice came from the chariot. The Divine Realm Tablet Master? Xiao knew that she was asking him, because the faint divine sense was lingering on him. Imprisoned? You can call me that, the man said. That voice had a sense of disdain for the world, as if anyone else had no such qualifications. Who are you? Xiao asked. Who are you? Why do you want to create chaos in the four seas and deal with the Ocean Emperor Palace? Disturb? The man asked. He said teasingly, when was the four seas in chaos? Everything was still the same. I don't want to deal with the Ocean Emperor's palace. The Ocean Emperor doesn't have the qualifications for me to make a move. Everyone was shocked, and Zuya's expression was even uglier. The Ocean Emperor was the ruler of the four seas and respected the world, but in his eyes he was not worth mentioning. However, judging from the imposing manner and strength of this person, he might really have the qualifications to say such words. The four seas are so vast that we can't measure them, Xiao said with a sigh. We've all been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Since you're here, please state your identity and purpose. Everything can be discussed, and if it's something that can be negotiated, there's no need to fight. If it were Onulf Patriarch Yunshank and a few others, Xiao would have already attacked. The other side was the same. If Xiao and the others had not suddenly appeared, this prisoner might not have even shown up. The so-called discussion was based on the foundation of equal strength. If there was a huge difference in strength, there would be no such thing as discussion. There would only be obedience or death. You're not strong enough to discuss with me, Cho said indifferently. But since you're the Divine Realm Tablet Master, I'm willing to give you a chance to discuss. The cultivators around the chariot were all shocked. Even Patriarch Yunsheng and the others were shocked, as if they could not believe that the Lord in the chariot would have a so-called discussion with the other party. Thank you, Xiao said calmly. I wonder what we should do. Everyone from the Bo family, stay here, the prisoner said. The woman with the true blood of the celestial phoenix, too. The rest of you can leave. Huh? Are you kidding me? Xiao raised an eyebrow contemptuously and sneered. The other party's request was to keep his two women at once. His originally calm heart was stirred up. I never tease people, said Chiu. If you don't want to, the Divine Realm Tablet will change its master. His tone was still calm, but it carried a strong sense of threat. Aya, really? I don't want this Divine Realm Tablet anymore. It has caused me so much trouble. Please change its master quickly. Xiao crossed his arms in front of him and snorted with a mocking face. The sky above the palace suddenly became deathly silent. The oppressive atmosphere directly exploded in the air with a piu-piu sound, containing a great turmoil. Danu couldn't hold it in anymore. She cupped her fists and bowed. Lord Chiu, this person is too arrogant and rude. He should be dismembered into 1,000 pieces as a warning to others. Please give the order. We swear to kill this man for you. Patriarch Yunshang and the rest looked at each other and also bowed. I'm willing to kill this person for Sir. Gu Hong also followed behind Patriarch Yunshang and bowed in fear. He did not know who this prisoner was, but he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart and regretted following him. Don't make a move. Who are you? Poron's old voice suddenly came from the Ocean Emperor's palace. A golden light shot out from the palace and two figures appeared in the air. It was Poron and Water Deity. Poron's face looked even older than it had been several years ago, but there was a red glow on his face. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Narcissus held onto Poron's arm and followed behind him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xiao hurriedly greeted. Greetings, Master. The chemical cultivator hurriedly knelt down and bowed. The rest of the people also bowed. Thank you, Alliance Master Yun. Thank you all. Polong cupped his hands slightly. He looked at Xiao with an even more amiable expression. For some reason, Water Deity's cheeks turned red, and she looked a little nervous. My lord, these people are, Xiao said. I already know where they came from, Polong said. Polong's smile disappeared as he stared at the dragon chariot. He said with respect, Sir Chiu has descended upon the forest of the sea. Please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. He cupped his hands and bowed in the air with a respectful attitude. Zuya and Water Deity were both shocked. Poseidon was a man of high status, and no one in the four seas could compare to him. How could he be so humble to the owner of the chariot? Who is this man, my lord? Yunxiao was equally shocked. Alliance Master Yun, you must have seen this lord's face on the bronze pillars. It was said that the ancient true dragon had 9 sons, which were Shi, Yin, Qiu, Qi, Jing, Yuan, He, Meng, and Huan. This lord is the third of the 9 sons, Lord Qiu, the son of the true dragon. Yunxiao, Gu Qingqing, and the others were all stunned, and their faces were filled with strange looks. Originally, these were all legendary existences that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. However, they had fought with the true dragon's ruling feather many times, so there was no longer any sense of mystery. They were even less interested in the son of the true dragon. Fanny immediately laughed. You're being so mysterious. I thought you had some background. Even a true dragon would be helpless in front of you, let alone a dragon child. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people around the chariot changed greatly. Impudent! Grandmaster Yunxing also rebuked. The ghost horseman's eyes shot out a sharp light, and he said coldly, He's really courting death. The warriors also looked angry, and their killing intent burst out. The space was faintly suppressed to the point of cracking. Hee hee. From within the dragon carriage came Chiu's laughter, which became more and more wild. Are you talking about that trash, Xiu? You called him by his name? Isn't he your father? Fanny was stunned. Chiu's laughter stopped after a while. That's right, Luanyu is indeed my royal father. Even so what? Trash will always be trash, and his status won't change. Everyone was stunned. These words were too harsh. Even Ancestor Yunsheng and the others were shocked, but they didn't dare to say anything more. If they interrupted this topic, they might just be killed. Yunxiao sighed and shook his head. He can even scold his own father. Looks like he's another powerful figure. I'm very curious, Chiu said. Have you seen my father? He's not dead yet, but he shouldn't be in a good state, right? Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, It's pretty good. You're running around all day and causing destruction. You might be killed one day. Hee, you're still as annoying as before. What a disgrace to the dragon clan. Chiu said with disgust. LF we meet again. Let me, as his son, show some filial piety and send him to the west with my own hands. Everyone drew in a cold breath, feeling their limbs go cold. This person actually wanted to kill his father. Moreover, he said it so matter-of-factly and disdainfully, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Even if he killed his father, it seemed to be done casually and casually. Beads of sweat broke out on Yunxiao's forehead as he said in a daze. You are indeed an extraordinary person. I'm impressed. Let's not talk about that killjoy trash, Chiu said. Boron, since you already know my identity, you should naturally know my goal. Yes. Polong nodded and said, Although it's not clear, I can guess a thing or two. However, with your strength, you can come and go as you please. There's no need for you to go through such trouble. Humph. Don't tell me you think I'm afraid of you? That person? Polong was stunned for a moment before he said, Who is it? You don't need to know, the prisoner said. In any case, the people of the Bo family and the true blood of the heavenly phoenix will stay, and the rest will leave. This is the greatest opportunity I'm giving you. And for that person's sake, I won't make things too difficult for you. Yunxiao was both angry and curious. Who else in the world has the right to make you look at him in a different light, and even fear him? He even wants to kill his own father. He said, Bang! A slapping sound came from the chariot and Xiuzhan said angrily, Divine Realm Tablet Master, you're asking too much. TSK. Since you don't want to tell me, Yunxiao sneered, Forget it. Just do what you want and don't give anyone face. Otherwise we'll think you're a coward. I'll fulfill Master Chiu's wish if you want me to stay. Polong nodded. However, my beloved daughter and Princess Tianfeng will never stay. Father! Water deity hurriedly shook his arm and said with a sullen expression. Father can't do as he wishes. Everyone, let's attack together and beat this prisoner to death. Fanny chuckled. You're right, sister. It's over once and for all. Who's talking so much nonsense with him? I'm giving him face, but he doesn't want it. Bang! A furious slapping sound came from the war chariot again. Chiu laughed out of anger and said, "Ha-ha! Kill him? I've been unrivaled for countless years. How many people have dared to say this in front of me?" Yunxiao did not hold back and scolded with a smile. Your father almost died in my hands a few times, so who do you think you are, little brat? You dare to say you want to keep my people? Don't compare me to that trash. Chiu raged. No matter how you scold him, he is still your father, Yunxiao said coldly. It can't change the fact that you are the son of a good-for-nothing. Patriarch Yunxiang and the others broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. Danu even began to shiver. To them, it was a crime to even listen to such a statement, let alone say it out loud. Die! As he said that word, the chariot exploded with a boom. The two monsters with the head of a dragon and the body of a bull threw their heads back and roared in shock. They broke free and rushed straight at Yunxiao and the others. The dragon-headed bull-bodied monster's aura rose to the true immortal realm, and its eyes turned red as it entered the berserk state. A white light rose from the exploded chariot, and a man in white slowly emerged from it. He had a long and straight nose, a head full of silver hair, and a sharp gaze fixed on Yunxiao, his body filled with killing intent. The surrounding warriors were shocked. They had never seen Chiu so angry before. However, he calmed down after a moment and charged forward with a murderous aura. However, the rules of heaven and earth had changed over the past 100,000 years, and they had changed a lot during the process of evolution. Most of them had their powers weakened. Most of the Super Sea clans in the Four Seas were true spirits in ancient times. Because of the bloodline inheritance and his seclusion in the deep sea, he was able to preserve his strength to the greatest extent during the inheritance and resist the changes in the later generations brought about by the passage of time. Some demons took on the form of beasts and ran in the sky with their four limbs. Some of them had wings on their backs, and with a flap of their wings, they released wind, fire, lightning, and other elements. Some of them had scales and horns on their bodies, and their auras were so powerful that they could shatter the void. As the true spirit ran, the killing intent was overwhelming, and everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. Pani took a step forward and grabbed the two monsters with the head of a dragon and the body of a bull. He then shouted, "Leave these two bastards to me." A faint light appeared on his arm and it instantly became as hard as iron. With a boom, he blocked the attacks of the two giant beasts and grabbed the dragon horn with his 5 fingers. Panyi's body shook slightly, and faint black cracks appeared in the space. Panyi's eyes widened and he shouted, "Coiling dragon hand." 2 huge golden runes shot out from his palms. With a loud boom, the two monsters screamed at the sky. The runes swept across their bodies, and their skin burst open with a piu-piu-piu sound. Blood shot out like arrows. "Be careful, everyone," Yunxiao said solemnly. "Be careful. These are all descendants of the ancient true spirits, and some are even the true spirits themselves. It's like a dream." Liao Xingyun forced a smile and said, "To be able to see a true spirit in my lifetime, and with so many mist." Gu Qingqing chuckled. "Every day is like a dream. It's good." Fanny's gaze fell on ancestor Yunsheng and he said coldly, "Slave, get over here and die." Grandmaster Yunsheng's body trembled as he felt an inexplicable fear. He hurriedly stopped and said to the ghost horse brothers beside him, "I'll leave that woman with the true blood of the celestial phoenix to you." The ghost horse dwarf licked his lips and said, "Then we brothers won't be polite. As for the blood of the heavenly phoenix, you won't have a share." "Humph," he snorted. Grandmaster Yunsheng grunted, but his face was still very sincere. Naturally, in their hearts, however, they were sneering. From Chiu's words just now, they could tell that he was also determined to get this heavenly phoenix woman. How could they get a chance? Heavenly Phoenix genuine blood. This lord also wants a little. A cold glint flashed past the few of them. Lung Tong was one step ahead and was about to attack Fanny. Let's see how capable we are first. The two ghost horse brothers' faces immediately sank, and they hurriedly chased after him. Chemical elementalist, protect Xianxia and retreat. Palong's expression was grave. Yes. The chemical cultivator hurriedly dragged the water deity backward. Although the water deity refused, she was restrained by the chemical cultivator and could not resist. The water deity was furious. You piece of trash. How dare you attack me? She shouted. The chemical cultivator's expression changed slightly, and he said indifferently, Master's orders we have to obey. Junior sister, I'm sorry. He formed a seal with his hands and turned them into sharp claws. He created a round enchantment in front of him and trapped the water fairy inside, so that she wouldn't rush into the battlefield and cause trouble for everyone. After the two dragon beasts were killed by Pan Yi's bare hands, a large number of warriors rushed over and swallowed everyone in the battlefield. The sword energy in Yunxiao's hand shot out like a rainbow as he charged at the man. Suddenly, a sharp ray of light shot down and hit his sword with a bang. It created many light rings that shot in all directions and shattered the space. Hee hee. Danu appeared in front of him, stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips, and said with a charming smile, I really want to taste the blood of the man who dared to curse Master Chiu. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he felt a slight dizziness in his head. But in just a moment, it was swept away by the powerful spiritual power in his spiritual ocean. In the blink of an eye, Danu attacked him. Her slender fingers swayed in the air as she pointed at Yunxiao's forehead. Eft! Yunxiao's forehead was pierced by her finger, and blood gushed out of the wound. Yunxiao screamed, his face covered in blood and horror. He was so scared that he tried to run backward, tears streaming down his face and mixing with the blood on the hole in his head. Ha ha ha! Danu laughed wildly, twisted her waist, and walked forward while throwing flirtatious eyes and giggling. What a useless man. He was defeated in one move. Did you forget to be on guard because I'm too good-looking? A confused look appeared on Yunxiao's frightened face as he nodded and said, You're really pretty. I forgot to be on guard. Hee hee, really? Danu walked up to him, put her face close to his, stuck out her scarlet tongue, and licked Yunxiao's face, licking away all the blood and tears on the left side of his face and eating them all. It's really bad. Usually, the taste of blood represents the taste of this man. Your blood even has tears of fear. You're really a good-for-nothing. Danu's smile turned cold. I have no interest in useless men. Woo-woo-woo. Yunxiao was so frightened that he cried, and his face, which had just been licked clean, became filthy again. He knelt down in front of Danu with both knees and kowtowed desperately, begging for mercy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded Master Chiu. Please let me go, Queen. Please spare my lowly life. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed extremely loudly, and each knock shook the void, causing blood to spray everywhere. Danu sneered contemptuously, You're really a piece of trash. Killing you will dirty my hands. However, you dared to speak rudely to Master Chiu just now, so I won't let you off. If I kill you, perhaps Master Chiu will appreciate me and take me into his harem. Danu's face blushed with happiness, as if she had fallen into an infatuated fantasy. Don't kill me, woo-woo, ow-woo, ow-woo. Yunxiao was still kowtowing and begging for mercy, with tears and snot all over his face. Danu had just immersed herself in her happy imagination when she was interrupted by Yunxiao's crying. Trash! She at a mouthful of phlegm at him, then raised her leg and kicked him hard. Bang! Yunxiao's head exploded, and he fell from the sky as a headless corpse. Danu, well done. Chiu's praise came from the sky, and the space rippled slightly. Chiu, dressed in white, slowly walked out with a smile of approval on his face. I was right about you. From today onwards, you will be my concubine. Thank you. Thank you, Master Chiu. Danu was so excited that she knelt down with her hands clasped in front of her chest and cried with joy. Danu will do her best to serve you, my lord. Yes, I am. Your looks are also top-notch, and I like you very much. Cho walked down from the void and helped her up. I wonder what your figure is like. Let me see. Danu's clothes were torn apart by the prisoner, and all of them were revealed. The prisoner stretched out his hand and wantonly kneaded them. Yes, yes. Danu groaned in a low voice. Her face was filled with love. Danu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a deafening shout rang out. It was as if ice water had been poured on her head, causing her to shiver all over. Cho's face turned ferocious and angry. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. When she woke up, she found that Cho had disappeared. There was an abnormal silence around her, and countless eyes were staring at her. The person who had just shouted was not the prisoner, but ancestor Yunxing. At this moment, his eyes were also wide open, staring at her body with fire spewing out of them. His eyes were full of desire. Ah! An earth-shattering scream pierced through the clouds, and Danu burst into tears. She covered her body with all her might, trying to cover her important parts. Ha ha! Tsk tisk! He! The hall immediately burst into laughter, along with all kinds of strange ridicule, mockery, and sinister laughter. Danu gave Yunxiao, who was not far away, a venomous look, then burst into tears and flew into the sky, running straight into the forest of the sea and fleeing without looking back. Gu Qingqing glared at Yunxiao and scolded, "You're too ruthless. To deal with a girl like this is even more vicious than killing her." "I'm just returning her illusion to her," Yunxiao said coldly. "I'm just giving her an eye for an eye. As for what she did, it was all the manifestation of her own inner desires. I'm just guiding her to express her desires. Moreover, she's gonna kill me and my family and friends, so why should I worry about whether she's a woman? Enemies who are old, weak, sick, pregnant, and holding children, kill them without hesitation." Gu Qingqing was also speechless. When Danu took off her clothes and touched herself, the entire battlefield became silent. As Danu left, a roar of anger erupted again, and a monstrous killing intent rose. Cho stood in the distance and witnessed everything coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes before he disappeared. Yunxiao suddenly felt an unusual danger approaching, and it made him feel that he could not fight it. In his many years of cultivation, there had been many more dangerous moments than this, but he had only felt the pressure of such a huge force once. It was when he fought against the Mist Rock Master in the Eternal World. Creation stage. An unbelievable word flashed in Yunxiao's mind. He never dreamed that Qiulong was a creation realm expert. Boom! Yunxiao's body suddenly exploded, and the space around him collapsed into a black hole. Cho's figure appeared near the black hole and coldly snorted. It was only Yunxiao's afterimage that had exploded just now. The moment he sensed danger, he had unleashed his powerful spiritual power and teleported away, which had allowed him to avoid the attack. A few thousand feet in front of the prisoner, Yunxiao's true body was revealed as the space shook. Although he had managed to escape, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. From the attack just now, he could already determine that Cho's strength was at the creation realm without a doubt. However, there was something strange about it. It was as if his aura was sufficient, but his strength was not right. He could not explain why. After Qiu Yi's attack, he stood still and looked at him with a gloomy face. "It's simply unbelievable that a divine sovereign justice could dodge my attack just now. In addition to your cultivation base, your physical body seems to have reached a level of integration. But even so, he couldn't have dodged my attack. He must have some other means," Qiu said calmly. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. "Humph!" Yunxiao sneered coldly. "You can't even hurt me with an attack from a creation realm expert? You're really a failure, as expected of that trash Luanyu's son. You're trying to infuriate me, so you can find my weakness," Qiu sneered. Yunxiao frowned. That was indeed what he was thinking, but he did not expect the other party to see through it. But it was normal for the other party to see through his thoughts with his knowledge and experience. "So what if I am? Don't be angry if you have the ability, son of trash." No matter how well the prisoner recuperated, he would still explode. Moreover, he had always been in a high position and had always killed as he pleased. So how could he recuperate? "You're looking for death." He put his hands together and spoke in dragon language, his palms facing the sky. The two dragon talismans rolled in his palms and turned into a golden world with a dragon's shadow inside. A small green dragon emerged. The dragon's shape condensed with light, and it opened its mouth to spit out a sound wave that shattered the void. Xianxia took a few steps back, holding the sword in one hand. A wave of sword shadows spread out around him, the shape of the swords flickering and turning into an enchantment. The dragon's roar struck the sword world. All the sword shadows trembled and swallowed and spat out light. It was not weak but strong, increasing the range of the barrier by a few more degrees. Xianxia was puzzled. Although the dragon cage was strong, it was far from the level of a creation realm expert. Suspicion grew in his heart. The sword death in his hand trembled and sword rays shot out. Those sword images turned into thousands of sword rays, like waves under the light. The sword rays were clear as they slashed out along with the dragon roar. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shattered, and thousands of sword shadows swept across and rolled into the golden world. A layer of golden light appeared on the green light dragon's body and blocked all the sword radiance. Countless strong lights burst out in all directions. Chou's expression was solemn as his hand seals kept changing. The green dragon spat out a dragon talisman, and its body suddenly grew several times larger. With a dragon's roar, it shattered all the sword chi and broke through the air. Xianxia performed a thunder incantation, and thunder and lightning surged around him, turning him into a god of thunder behind him. Thunder God's hands formed a seal, and the golden Maha ancient character danced around his palms. He then slapped it directly at the azure dragon. Boom! It was also green light, but the dragon breath met the green lightning and turned into a shocking pillar of light that shot into the void, directly breaking a big hole in the space of the forest of the sea. Chou's face was cold as he took a step forward and appeared directly behind Xianxia, then formed an incantation gesture with both hands and swung his claws at him. Xianxia had also sensed the danger behind him. With a dazzling golden light, he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and the Dharma form behind him performed incantation gestures with both hands as it struck out to meet the attack. True fiend Dharma idol? Chou was shocked. He seemed to recognize this move. Bang! As their palms met, their forces surged, but Xianxia felt his arm go numb, as if he was suppressed by his opponent's strength. The golden body could not bear it and took a few steps back. On Chou's hands, there was a faint light. Virtual light. This time, it was Xianxia's turn to be shocked. It was the physical power equivalent to the void divine realm, and the same light as Pan Yi's. His other 4 arms hurriedly formed a seal and condensed above his body before striking behind him. Boom! The power of the 2 seals landed in front of Chou. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand and grab at the air. Instantly, the seals exploded, and the impact shook the 2 of them. The prisoner was unharmed, but Xianxia took a few more steps back. This body is so strong. Xianxia looked at Chou in surprise. His left eye was a demon, his right eye was red, and golden runes flashed around his pupils, as if they were trying to see through him. Oh, wondrous spiritual eyes! It seems that you have quite a lot of good fortune. Chou said coldly. However, as the owner of the Divine Realm Tablet, this is a great opportunity that covers everything. It's a pity that you don't know how to cherish it. I can only go against heaven's will and change the tablet's owner. He waved his hands elegantly in front of him, and a layer of green light appeared on his body. The shadow of a green dragon condensed behind him and roared. The dragon's roar rushed into the 9 heavens, and Chou and the shadow of the azure dragon overlapped in space. They raised their hands at the same time and grabbed forward. A dragon talisman exploded in the sky, and heaven and earth stagnated for a moment before it transformed into a huge dragon claw and fell down. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He seemed to have caught something from the series of movements just now, and he cried out in surprise, "I understand." The 5 fingers of the dragon claw were like giant pillars that reached to the sky. They spun in the circle and were of different colors, emitting the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements circulated and grew without end. The powerful forces generated and destroyed each other, transforming the heaven and earth. Xianxia felt a world pressing down on him, and his body burst out with a glazed golden light as he struggled to resist the power of the world. "Oh, what do you understand?" A look of contempt flashed across Qiu's eyes as he looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with his 6 arms, and 12 golden beams of light flew out of his body. The divine fiend formation was suddenly activated, and a dazzling golden light flew out of the hands of the 12 puppets, connecting into one and spreading out the whole world. 12 divine beings killing formation. The prisoner's eyes twitched, and a look of shock flashed across his face. This Taowu heart-refined puppet. The power of the 5 elements grew in his palm and evolved into a world. He had great confidence in crushing Xianxia into a pulp. However, as soon as the 12 men of gold appeared, the boundary of the formation was like a golden bell that resisted the power of the 5 elements, causing explosions to constantly ring out. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at him coldly, he said, "This body is not yours." Qiu, who was still shocked by the 6 Ding 6 Jia formation, turned around and sneered. "As expected of the wondrous spiritual eyes, you've indeed seen some clues." Xianxia retorted sarcastically, "Your soul is at the creation realm, but your physical body is only at the void light realm. Thus, your strength is between the creation realm and the void realm. No wonder you're father and son. You're just like your father. No matter how glorious you were in the past, your physical body was destroyed in the end, and you can only rely on your soul to survive. However, your life is better than his. At least your soul power hasn't decreased, while your father's soul cultivation has also fallen to an unsightly state. If you compare me to him again, I'll really get angry," Qiu said coldly. "Do you think I'm like that trash, having my physical body destroyed and my soul injured, and have been living in an ignoble manner until now?" Xianxiao's eyes flickered with surprise, and his heart was in turmoil. The ruling plume was actually a body that had been destroyed by someone. The ancient true dragon's physical body was a first-rate holy body and was undying. His cultivation was also at the realm of a world king. Who in the world could defeat him? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Xianxia said, "Could it be that you destroyed your own body and injured your soul? You've got a sharp tongue." Qiu's face darkened. "There's no harm in telling you. It's just that the world has changed greatly over the past 100,000 years. In order to prevent the loss of power, I sealed my physical body of the Dharmakaya realm perfection. That's why I'm only using this ethereal light realm body for now." Xianxia was taken aback, and his heart was once again in turmoil. If this man dug out his Dharmakaya body and fused his spirit and body into one, he would be invincible under the sky today. He had another question in his heart, and asked, "The great circle of the Dharmakaya realm? What's the difference between it and the ordinary Dharmakaya realm?" "It's the cultivation of all the rules of the Dharmakaya realm," Qiu proudly said. "It's the strongest physical body under this realm. One more step and it'll be the real undying holy body." Xianxia immediately understood. Even in the Dharmakaya creation realm, there was a big gap in cultivation base and strength, and the man in front of him should have once stood at the peak of the Dharmakaya creation realm. To put it bluntly, he was just one of the top few below the realm king. "You've said so much just to tell me how powerful you were in the past. It's as if I'm afraid. In the end, you're only at the void realm," Xianxia said. "At most, you're a half-step to the creation realm. So what if I am?" Qiu's expression changed as he snorted. "Isn't that enough to take you down?" Runes appeared on the dragon claws once more. This time, there were more than 10 dragon runes that wrapped around the 5-element pillar. Immediately, 5 colored radiances flew up and transformed into 5 elements Trukong to attack the 12 divine beings killing formation. Boom! Boom! The entire sky trembled, and the formation light barrier immediately shrank by half. Lu Ding and Liu Jia stepped out, constantly changing their range to deal with the force of the bombardment. Yunxiao was shocked. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from Lu Ding and Liujia. It was not so easy for the five elements pillars to break the formation. However, the five elements reinforced and restrained each other, and the true nirvana that was formed was also growing stronger and stronger. Eventually, it would break the formation light. Back in the battle with the Misty Rock Lord in the Eternal World, Lu Ding and Lu Jia could only unleash a small portion of their power and were defeated. At this moment, it was easily resisting the five elements pillar. However, the five elements were endless and constantly evolving into worlds. The five elements Trukong was stronger than the previous wave, and it would break the formation light sooner or later. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, then spread his arms as he floated in the array. A large amount of golden light bloomed from his body, and sentence after sentence of ancient Maha characters disappeared in the golden light, like a multicolored light that covered his body. The Maha ancient god art. Chou's expression changed, and he exclaimed once more. Following Yunxiao's movements, Six Ding and Six Jia also performed their own incantation gestures, and their figures shifted at an extremely fast speed. In the center of the formation, a dense golden glow emerged around Yunxiao, which suddenly grew extremely long and turned into a giant golden spirit. The giant spirit stretched out its hand and grabbed at the center of the formation. A large number of runes flew up and turned into a heavenly halberd in its hand. The entire formation trembled, and the Six Ding and Six Jia cultivators all wore bitter expressions. Their hands maintained the seal, and their bodies trembled. Chou's expression became even more unsightly as he stared at the giant spirit formed by the light, as if he had seen something terrifying. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "He can actually form a divine fiend phantom body. You should die." He raised his hand, and five colored lights of five elements circled around his five fingers. The five pillars of light expanded to twice their original size, and the terrifying five elements Trukong rumbled. It was as if two worlds had collided and the forest of the sea trembled. In the array, Yunxiao slowly focused his eyes and suddenly waved his right hand. The demonic god's apparition flickered a few times before raising his heavenly halberd and slashing at the five elements light pillar outside the array. Boom! The boundary of the array suddenly shattered, and Lu Ding and Lu Jia let out a silent sound like a wooden fish before they turned into a beam of light and flew toward Yunxiao. As for the heavenly halberd, it directly cut into the five elements Trukong. As it stirred, the entire world was shattered. Boom! The entire Ocean Emperor Palace trembled as the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Everyone who was fighting separated in fear, carefully avoiding the aftermath of the explosion. The sky above the forest of the sea shattered as the world energy exploded. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire world with a deathly white light. Big Brother Yunxiao. My husband. Alliance Master Yun. All sorts of terrified cries rang out as the members of the Heavenly Martial League stared at the blazing sun in shock, feeling the incredible power. Under the attack, Yunxiao was either dead or seriously injured. The blazing sun slowly dimmed. 10,000 feet to the left, Chou's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with hostility. His right hand was behind his back, but his palm was covered in blood. The blood vessels in his entire arm had exploded. At this moment, under the cover of the virtual light, the injury could not be seen, and it was slowly recovering. It was just that this recovery speed was extremely slow and ineffective to him. Although he had a human body at the Void Light Realm, he didn't have the physical body of a dragon, after all. It was difficult for him to use all kinds of divine powers, and he only had the soul of a creation realm expert. On the other side of the blazing sun, thousands of feet away, Yunxiao's clone also appeared, looking just as miserable and bloody. My husband. With a flash of red light, a ball of flame fell beside Yunxiao, transforming into Fei and I's true form and checking his injuries with concern. I'm fine, she said. Yunxiao breathed out a mouthful of foul air and circulated his yuan power, gradually healing his injuries. Fei and I was burning with anger as she glared at the prisoner and said, Let's join hands and kill this insect. Humph. You still have the heart to deal with me? You actually called him husband? Cho sneered. It seems that I have to kill this Li Yunxiao. What does it have to do with you if I call him my husband? Fanny was stunned. Cho's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. Your heavenly phoenix genuine blood is almost complete. After I retrieve my real body and merge with it, you can help me break through the shackles of the perfect creation stage and become the king of a world. Get lost. Damn pervert. Fanny's cheeks were red as she scolded. You're shameless. You called him your husband, but I can tell that he's still in the celestial phoenix primordial body. TSK. TSK. Li Yunxiao must die today, or I'll go to hell if he kills me first. Hooligan. Go to hell. Fei and I was furious. The flames on her body rose to the sky and turned into a vortex. The temperature in the sky suddenly rose, and the heavenly phoenix phantom slowly dormant in the flames, emitting a terrifying aura. Yunxiao hurriedly stopped her and said, Wait, leave this to me. You go and help everyone. Worry was written all over his face. Polong and the others were no match for these true spirits and had always been at a disadvantage. If he were to pull out Fanny, they would be in even more danger. But Ingluo, since Fanny was unwilling to leave, Yunxiao's life was more important than the death of all the people below. There was no comparison in her eyes, so she refused to leave. Humph. What a deep love between husband and wife, Cho said coldly. Although he was unhappy, he was not jealous. After all, he only wanted to obtain Fanny for the power of the heavenly phoenix and did not really like her. If that's the case, then you and your wife should watch how these people die in front of you. Cho's eyes swept over the true spirits and he said coldly, Why are you all so stunned? Still not attacking. All the spirits felt their hearts tremble when that cold gaze swept over them, and they immediately charged toward Polong and the others with a heaven-shaking killing intent. The people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Ocean Emperor Palace were all shocked, and they once again circulated their elemental energy to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a voice with a slight sigh could be heard. All of you stop. Everyone was stunned and looked over. The voice was actually coming from the water deity. Cho's body trembled as his pupils shrank. A look of panic flashed across his face. The water deity's body glowed with a golden light, and a lotus flower platform flew out slowly and bloomed in the air. Tiny golden runes floated up from each petal. Thousands of words formed an array and shone on the lotus platform. It seemed to be a scripture. That's Ingluo. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Although those tiny runes looked like scriptures, they were not. However, its structure was very similar to the nomological virtual light he had seen before. In an instant, the runes of the laws disappeared. Soon after, there seemed to be a shadow moving on the lotus platform. A faint voice sounded and drifted from the lotus. 6 sorrowful senses, sinking into the 8 sufferings. Without the great saint, who can save Wuxia? Amitabha's figure gradually became clearer. Although it was still in a semi-transparent state, its facial features could already be seen. The sea god's ancestors? He cried out. Although Yunxiao was also surprised, he was much calmer. When he was fighting Baiming Tianlu on the East Sea, this figure and the poetic name had also appeared. He remembered that the water deity had once called him ancestor, but he did not take it to heart at that time. Yunxiao glanced at the water deity. The latter was in a half-dazed state at the moment, and was suspended in the air by the energy of the chemical cultivator. Bo Mu! Cho gritted his teeth. Polong's heart trembled. After hearing this, he no longer had any doubts. He hurriedly went forward and knelt down. I, the incompetent grandson, Polong, pay my respects to Lord Ancestor. Amitabha's apparition slowly opened its eyes and stretched out its hand. Boron, you can get up. Only then did Polong stand up in fear and trepidation. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he couldn't describe what he was feeling. Although he was a little shocked and found it hard to accept, he was still excited and excited. Bomu raised his head and looked at Chiu, smiling as he nodded. Chiolong, you've finally come. Nonsense. My real body is still in your hands, Chiu angrily rebuked. How can I not come? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Xiao was also stunned. He had just learned that the prisoner was not using his own body, but he did not expect that his real body was suppressed in the Ocean Emperor's palace. So, the purpose of his trip was his real body. But Xiao fell into deep thought. Just now, Qiu Ming said that he had sealed his true body himself. Could it be that Bo Mu had taken it away? He was not the only one. Everyone was confused. He should have come. Bo Mu nodded. Give me back my real body and I'll leave immediately. He didn't seem willing to face Bo Mu. I can give you the real body if you want, but I have one request, Bo Mu said. The prisoner stared blankly. He had originally thought that this would be an extremely difficult task, but he hadn't expected Bo Mu to agree so readily. He immediately blurted out, "What request?" "Join the Heavenly Martial League," Bo Mu said. "Make a heart oath to help Xiao in the demonic war." When this request was made, everyone was stunned. Xiao, in particular, had never dreamed that Bo Mu's request would be this. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Cho laughed hysterically. The entire forest of the sea was silent, and only his laughter filled the world. He laughed so hard that he was almost bending over. The laughter suddenly stopped, and the prisoner's face turned cold. "You must be joking. We've known each other for a long time. What do you think?" Bo Mu smiled faintly. Qiu Yin said coldly, "You want me to listen to this human's orders? How did you even think of such an absurd idea? Not even if he is the tablet master." Bo Mu put his hands together in front of him and sighed. "Then you can come back for the real body when you can." Bullshit. In his rage, Qiu no longer cared about his demeanor as he directly cursed. "I'll definitely take the real body with me today. Otherwise, I'll flatten the Ocean Emperor's palace and kill everyone in your Bo family. It's been so many years, but you're still so violent," Bo Mu said indifferently. "Nature can't be changed, and I don't want to change it. If you don't compromise with me today, you'll be destroyed," Qiu said coldly as he pointed his two fingers down. Bo Mu raised his head, a smile in his eyes. "You're not the only one here to take your real body." "What? What do you mean?" asked Qiu in shock. The Heavenly Martial League members were also confused. Could it be that someone else was also here to take his body? Xiao focused his eyes and spread his divine sense in all directions. He knew that Qiu's physical body was at the great circle of Dharmakaya realm. Anyone who had it would be able to achieve great things. It was an unparalleled treasure. The forest of the sea suddenly fell silent. Everyone had secretly released their divine senses, but none of them, including Xiao, found anything. "Bo Mu, since when did you learn how to act mysterious?" Qiu Huang asked with a smile. "You've always been the one lying to me. When have I ever lied to you?" Bo Mu said with a smile. Qiu's expression changed slightly, as if he felt guilty, but he quickly returned to normal. "Then explain clearly, who else is coveting this lord's true body? There's no one else in this forest of the sea." "Oh? You're so sure?" Bo Mu laughed. Xiao was also puzzled. Even with his divine spirit power, he could not find anything. If someone was really hiding, then this person's hiding technique was too heaven-defying. "Of course," Qiu proudly replied. "It's not that there aren't any people in the world who can avoid my detection, but there really aren't many. If I lose, I'll return my true body to you, and the conditions will be void." The prisoner was stunned and muttered to himself. Although he was extremely confident, the condition was that he had to join the Heavenly Martial League and listen to Xiao's orders. If he lost, he would be in deep trouble. He also knew that there were people in the world who could avoid his detection. Qiu spread out his divine sense again but still found nothing. But he didn't want to take the risk, so he snorted, "That's a separate matter. Don't even think about getting me into your trap. Who knows what kind of scheme you're planning in your heart." "Hee hee. Qiu, you've become a coward," Bo Mu said with a faint smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Qiu was extremely uncomfortable under his gaze and snorted, "Whatever you say, quickly make your decision. Do you want me to return your true bodies? Or do you want me to kill all of you and then go get them myself. There's nothing you can do even if you don't believe me. If we were to fight, we'd be the ones who benefit from it. Bo Mu sighed. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore, Cho coldly replied. He was extremely conceited in terms of strength. Even if there were people hiding, he had nothing to fear. This could only prove that the person hiding was not strong enough. Otherwise, why would he need to hide? Everyone, hear my order. Kill them all, Cho ordered with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, Grandmaster Yunsheng and the rest shouted. This was especially so for Patriarch Yunsheng and the others. They were most afraid that if the two factions made peace, their positions would be awkward. The Ocean Emperor Palace would definitely not cause trouble for the prisoners, but it was a different story for them. Once they were taken away, they would be in deep trouble if the Ocean Emperor Palace investigated. If it was just Poron alone, they wouldn't be afraid. However, there was still the Heavenly Martial Union and the Sea God who had unified the four seas in the past. If they couldn't kill all of these people, they would be in great danger. Therefore, the people who wanted to kill the most now were Ancestor Yunsheng and the others. After receiving the order, they spared no effort in charging over. Yunxiao took out the Divine Realm tablet and patted it casually. Two beams of light shot out and turned into a bright ray. I'm sorry to trouble you again, my lords, Yunxiao said apologetically. I'm really sorry. Alliance Master Yun, you're too kind. He laughed. Ken also nodded lightly. The two of us might not have much time left. We can still make use of our remaining years. It's our honor to do something for the realm of heavenly martial arts. What? Yunxiao cried out in shock. How can your time be wasted like this? Ken said, Alliance Master Yun, you don't have to take it to heart. Everyone is bound to die. The two of us have no regrets in our lives now. The referee laughed out loud. Ha ha! Cut the crap. TSK, TSK. I didn't expect to be able to fight a true spirit after fighting a demon. I really miss it. The two demons' eyes shone with ferocity at the same time. They shouted and rushed over. Go. Yunxiao said to Feini, who was beside him. You go and help. With the two monster race almighties and senior sea god, it's hard to say who will win. He stared at Cho coldly. Cho's expression changed slightly. Yunxiao was right. Can and Phoenix were both Void Realm experts. Although the Heavenly Martial League had few people, all of them were Void Realm experts, except for the Duanmu siblings. Moreover, although there was only an afterimage of the sea god Bo Mu in Amitba, the golden light from the saint artifact shone on everyone like a warm sun, giving them an incomparable tranquility. The people of the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the Sea Emperor's Palace were as calm as water, not panicking or panicking. The sea god Bo Mu didn't make a move. He only sat on the lotus throne, slowly activating the golden light. This was also the reason why Cho was so upset and uneasy. With his understanding of Bo Mu, there was no way he only had this much power. Feini looked at Yunxiao worriedly, but when she saw that he was determined, she did not dare to disobey him. She nodded heavily, then turned into a ball of flame and conjured the phantom of a heavenly phoenix, burning toward the true spirit. This servant, quickly kneel down and call me master. Fei and I immediately saw the overjoyed old ancestor Yunsheng appear above him in a flash. He formed a seal with his hands, which contained the picture of a phoenix soaring to the 9 heavens. With boundless flames and great power, he slammed it down. Damn it! Grandmaster Yunsheng's entire body trembled and his legs trembled so much that he could not stand steadily. Boundless anger and humiliation surged into his heart. He displayed all that he had learned in his life and formed a seal to meet the attack. Boom! The two seals collided and exploded, and boundless power swept through the world. Patriarch Yunsheng was blasted into the ground and a huge crater appeared in the square in front of the Ocean Emperor's palace. Many true spirits fell in. There was a flash of fire in front of the pit and Feini fell to the side. His chest was heaving up and down, clearly injured. However, he was in a much better state than Patriarch Yunsheng, who had been blasted into oblivion. Cho's face became even more unsightly, so dark that it was almost dripping water. The Ghost Horse Clan dwarf's expression also changed, and he said, Grandmaster Yunsheng is at a disadvantage against this girl. Not only was his soul suppressed, but even his cultivation techniques seemed to be restrained by the heavenly phoenix. Let us two brothers deal with the heavenly phoenix. All right, the Ghost Horse Clan's brawny man responded, and the two brothers turned into black shadows, attacking from both sides. Shameless! Gu Qing jumped out, her hands in front of her, and a red light danced, hitting one of the black shadows and shouted, 2 against 1, and it's a girl. You guys are really men. Bang! The wandering red dust technique hit the black shadow, and the ghostly horse clan's dwarf was directly shaken out. The two of them took a few steps back at the same time. They were evenly matched. The other black shadow circled in the air and flew down to attack Fanny. Fanny laughed coldly, spread his arms and floated away. Her posture was light, like a phoenix returning to its nest, playing in the forest. Although he was running away, he seemed to be at ease, like he was free and unfettered. On the contrary, the Ghost Horse Clan's brawny man's face turned ashen after his first attack missed. He gave a muffled groan and chased after the other. It seems the situation has been reversed without the Lord Sea God's intervention. Yun Xiao looked at Qiu in the distance and sneered, his face full of ridicule. In reality, he was still deeply worried. After Can and Phoenix joined the battle, the situation could only be said to be slightly better. However, if the battle continued, he was afraid that he would still lose more than he would win. Therefore, he deliberately said those words to make Qiu Luan know his limits and thus find a flaw. As expected, Qiu's expression became even more unsightly. It was not that Yun Xiao's ridicule had much of an effect, but that the enemy he feared the most, Bo Mu, had not made a move yet, and he felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his chest. Bo Mu, 100,000 years have passed. Let me experience your brilliant moves again. Qiu finally couldn't take it anymore. He rose into the air. A green light turned into a dragon and roared. If you want to fight Senior Bo Mu, you'll have to get past me first. Yun Xiao's figure flickered as he turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared under the azure dragon in an instant. Then he thrust his sword up into the air. Huala, the sound of space shattering rang out as the sword death slashed the red. The sword essence rose in the wind and turned into a white sword shape, slashing towards the azure dragon. Boom! The green dragon was shattered by the sword light, and the entire sword suddenly exploded. Under the impact of the dragon's might, Yun Xiao's blood and qi surged, and he was sent flying back thousands of feet to dissipate the impact. Qiu was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices as he roared, Li Yun Xiao, you really deserve to die. His entire body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. Yun Xiao wagged his finger and said with a smile, being angry is the behavior of the weak. As a peerless powerhouse, shouldn't you take out your strength and speak? Qiu stared at him coldly for a while before the anger on his face slowly dissipated. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't want the celestial phoenix's true blood anymore. Don't interfere in my business. Yun Xiao looked at the man's forbearing expression and praised him in his heart. This man is indeed worthy of being a hero. Even though he was furious, he still tried his best to control his emotions. After all, compared to the true blood of the celestial phoenix, it was more important to take back his true body first. As long as he returned to the Dharmakaya realm, it would be easy for him to get the genuine blood of the heavenly phoenix. But Yun Xiao would not let him have his way. He sneered and said, Since when is it up to you to decide whether you want the genuine blood of the heavenly phoenix? The heavenly martial union has always been with the Sea Emperor Palace. Then you'll die first. Qiu Shan formed a dragon seal with his hand and green light shot out from his body. The 5 elements True Kong around him condensed into 5 giant dragons. He finally lost his patience, and he understood that he had to get rid of Yun Xiao. As long as they could kill either Bo Mu or Yun Xiao, their trip would not be in vain. As for the Dharmakaya, it had been placed there for 100,000 years, and he didn't mind leaving it there for a few more days. Yun Xiao changed the momentum of his sword and hurriedly threw out 6 ding and 6 jia. At the same time, he conjured 3 heads and 6 arms, each of them performing incantation gestures and staying alert. He also saw the determination and killing intent in Xiu's eyes, so he didn't dare to be careless. 6 Ding and 6 Jia fell around Yunxiao, and golden light flew out of their bodies as they formed into the illusionary body of Divine Fiend, standing with the halberd in hand. 5 dragons break the heavens. A white dragon domain with a radius of 10,000 feet condensed around Xiu's body, and a giant dragon could be vaguely seen. The 5 dragons of the 5 elements rose up and attacked from all directions. The space was stirred by the dragon air, and the earth shook. Everyone felt an immense pressure. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as sword shadows filled the sky and poured into the sword death's red slash. 9 mottled white flowers emerged on the blade one after another. It was like a sword cutting through the stars, yet it was not. The god-fiend apparition also held the halberd with both hands and pointed it at Xiu. Terrifying golden light gushed out of its body. The halberd gradually turned from transparent to solid. The sword in Yunxiao's hand suddenly slashed out, and 9 white flowers bloomed one by one from the back to the front. The world in the sword became slow and quiet. It gave people the visual impression that time was slowly passing by, as if he should not have appeared in such an occasion. The halberd in the hands of the divine fiend apparition struck out rapidly. Thousands of streams of light dissipated on the halberd, giving people an extreme speed. It leaped out without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 forces clashed side by side and struck the 5-element Trukong. Rings of terrifying power exploded in all directions. Rumble, rumble. The colorful light didn't just shatter the void. It also swept through the entire sea forest. The square fell into chaos. The Ocean Emperor's palace was hit by the impact and began to collapse. Row Wei! Die! Poron roared and flew over. He instantly created a barrier to protect the collapsed Ocean Emperor's palace. The seal in Boemu's hand changed, and a dense golden light spread out from the lotus platform, forming a barrier that kept all the attacks outside. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the center of the explosion. He let out a long sigh and said, "Xiu, why don't you believe me from the beginning?" The dragon formed by the 5-element Trukong had shattered the joint attack of Yunxiao and the divine fiend's illusory body, but it did not make him feel good either. A misty light appeared on his body to resist the terrifying impact. Suddenly, his heart trembled as he felt an extreme sense of danger from within. Furthermore, that aura was so familiar. Xiu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his body turned cold. "Why do you not believe in Bo Mu?" A faint voice sounded behind him, and a figure slowly appeared. All the pores on Xiu's body opened up as a great sense of danger and fear spread in his heart. He roared with all his might, "Luan Yu, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." He suddenly returned his fist and struck behind him with all his strength. Boom! A black hole was blasted out behind him. The prisoner's eyes widened in despair. There was no one behind him. He had fallen into a trap. "Oh, my son, you're still as childish as ever." Luan Yu's figure coldly sounded beside him. Dragon fist, infinite light. In the center of the chaotic explosion, a pale white light once again burst out and shot into the sky. Yunxiao's eyes changed color as he stared straight ahead in shock. He didn't dare to believe it when he saw the Luan Yu's figure before, but now that the dragon fist bloomed with infinite light, he was convinced without a doubt. Under the pale light, Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon fist hit his chest, and thousands of cracks appeared on the left side of his heart, all of which were oozing blood. The illusory light body was broken by the punch, and his internal organs were shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 figures were almost stuck together in the white light. Xiu's eyes were filled with endless hatred, while Luan Yu's eyes were ice cold. As father and son, there was no emotion at all, only heartlessness and hatred. "I hate this. I can't kill you. You're my son. How can you kill me?" Luan Yu's eyes were filled with sneer and ridicule, and even a trace of pity. "My pitiful child, your eyes are actually filled with so much unwillingness. TSK. It really makes father's heart ache. Since you feel heartache for Ing Luo, then break it into pieces. Chio's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart began to beat. The space around him seemed to tremble. Following the pacing of this heart, the extremely weak life force gushed out like a spring. What? Luanyu was shocked. Her eyes opened wide and she said in shock, "The heart of this body of yours is weak." The aura on the prisoner's body instantly rose to its peak, and the unwillingness in his eyes had long turned into ridicule and determination. Perhaps this is fate. The choice of fate is to let you die in my hands. The heart of this body is on the right. As soon as he finished speaking, Chio's left hand grabbed Luanyu's arm that had struck his chest, and his 5 fingers directly pinched into it, sinking it in tightly, for fear that Luanyu would escape. At the same time, he straightened his body and clenched his right hand. The 5 elements Trukong started to spin rapidly. 5 dragons break the heavens. Die. Chio used all his strength, and 5 dragons flew around his palm. He punched out, wanting to crush Luanyu's heart. That pair of cold and hateful eyes reflected a few rays of excitement. The corners of his mouth rose into a sinister smile, as if he had finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish. However, in just an instant, the 5 dragon shapes seemed to have frozen, and his entire arm was sluggish. What? This. Chio Xianxia trembled as he felt an abnormally powerful binding force like the laws of the heavenly Tao suppressing his body, causing his energy to dissipate. Bang! The punch landed on Yuri's chest, but it didn't contain much power. The remaining 5-colored light was also blocked by the dragon scales and shattered under the tip of the fist. Yunxiao was also surprised, but he was much calmer. He looked up and saw the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish above them, sealing the space within 1,000 feet. Within the seal, a burly figure could be vaguely seen. He had 2 horns on his head, his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he stood with a sword on his back. Hehe, a choice of fate? What a sad fate. Luanyu's earlier panic had disappeared, replaced by cold and arrogant ridicule and disdain. He said cruelly, "Feng Yaoli, kill him." The sword-bearing figure under the seal was Feng Yaoli. He raised his eyebrows and said, "As you wish." He formed a sword spell with one hand, and the cold sword flew up with a clang and slashed down. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a metal-like sound was heard from Chio's body. A pillar of blood burst out from the right side of his chest. Fresh blood spurted out like arrows onto Yuri's body, dyeing it red. "Both sides of your chest have been shattered," Feng Yaoli said scornfully. "You're not going to tell us that your heart is in your stomach, are you?" This sudden change shocked Ancestor Yunsheng and the rest. They stood in the distance in a daze, not knowing what to do. The eyes of the true spirits were about to pop out of their sockets as they let out a strange sound and charged forward. Luanyu forcefully pried open Xianxia's arms. The 2 of them were under the sky-sealing mark, and the power they could use was very limited. He immediately shouted towards the sky, "Hurry up and attack. His physical body is at the void light realm, so he won't die so easily." "Oh!" Feng Yaoli's eyes were cold. He made a hand seal with one hand, and another sword light lit up. Suddenly, a human figure flashed on the heaven-sealing seal, and a small silver snake shot down. The snake's body was shining with a blinding light and was made of stacked scales. Feng Yaoli's sword light turned and hit the silver snake with a bang. He shouted, "Who is it?" The snake was shaken away and swayed a few times in the air. It was actually a silver whip. The other section was in the hands of a woman with a cold expression. It was the mermaid who had escaped earlier. She had changed into a sparkling silver battle suit that seemed to be one with the long whip. She had also noticed the strangeness of the sky-sealing seal and did not dare to land. She only stood on top and attacked from a distance. As the long whip danced, countless silver patterns appeared and fell like flowers scattered by a goddess. Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically. Under the sky-sealing seal, although he could still use his moves, he only had 10 to 20% of his power. Furthermore, the true souls began to charge into the seal, shaking up the seal's laws. Collect! He shouted and immediately released the seal. The power in his body returned to its peak, and he formed a hand seal with one hand to slap the silver patterns. Bang, bang, bang! Countless silver lights exploded, and the long whip in Nut's hand broke into hundreds of pieces. She was also hit by the impact and was sent flying hundreds of zhang away. As soon as the sky-sealing seal was opened, Luan Yu also instantly recovered his strength. Without any mercy, he punched towards Chio's head, wanting to take his life. Bang! The fist force caused the air to explode, but it was suddenly blocked by several forces and bombarded the layers of light walls. The Ghost Horse brothers stood on both sides of Chio, simultaneously setting up a defensive barrier, blocking Yuri's advance with a single punch. You two pieces of trash dare to go against me? Luan Yu was furious, and the dragon might on his body was impressive. As the leader of 10,000 spirits, he had once been above everything. That power made the Ghost Horse brothers break out in cold sweat, and fear rose in their hearts. The Ghost Horse dwarf forced a smile. Lord True Dragon treats us as trash, but Lord Chio treats us as his subordinates. A man will die for his bosom friend, and a woman will look for the man she loves. At this moment, a cold light flashed behind them. Lung Tong's figure appeared, hugged Chio, and retreated far away. Luan Yu was furious. Since that's the case, he said in a cold voice, then you two pieces of trash can really go to hell. He clenched his fist and an infinite amount of light burst out from the tip of his fist. The Ghost Horse clan brothers were shocked, and they hurriedly turned around to escape. That dragon realm opened up from Yuri's body and instantly enveloped the two of them. Then, an infinite amount of light appeared and directly swallowed the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the light went, there was an impressive fist power. The two brothers were hit so hard that they spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies flew out directly. In the battle with the Heavenly Martial League, they had exhausted a lot of their energy and were also injured. At this moment, how could he withstand the fury of Yuri's attack? He fell to the ground far away, sliding for hundreds of meters. Two bright red bloodstains were left on the ground. Feng Yaoli was in the sky. After pushing back the mermaids with one move, he had a ferocious expression on his face. The ice sword landed in his hand and struck out tens of thousands of rays of cold light towards the true spirit warriors. Woof! Buzz! Whoosh! Many of these warriors had died in the previous battle, and the remaining ones were injured. How could they be Feng Yaoli's match? In just a few moves, a large number of them had been killed. Broken limbs and bodies fell from the sky, and blood fell like rain. It was a bloody scene in front of the Sea Emperor Palace. The people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance and the Ocean Emperor Palace watched the father-son duo fight each other quietly. No one could tell if they were happy or sad, and everyone's expression was complicated. Luan Yu's expression was ice-cold as he walked towards Lung Tong. Lung Tong's face was filled with panic, and his vertical eyes were also filled with fear. After the Phantom Horse brothers were hit, they struggled a few times on the ground. Although they didn't die, they had completely lost the ability to fight, and could only lie there and let others cut at them. Only Danu and Patriarch Yunsheng were left on their side, and the situation was already over. Lung Tong's face turned pale. He felt the pressure from Yuri's body, and fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked left and right at Grandmaster Yunsheng and Danu and said anxiously, "What do we do?" Danu's expression was also unsightly. She looked at the Ghost Horse brothers on the ground, biting her red lips, and said, "That dwarf was right. A gentleman will die for the one who knows him, and a woman will look for the one she likes. At worst, we'll just die." Chio stood behind them, covered in blood. The left side of his chest had been shattered by the dragon fist, while the right side had been pierced through by the ice sword. He was completely covered in blood. He sighed and said, "All of you can leave. You don't have to work for me anymore. Take Brother Guema with you." His face was filled with desolation. The few remaining true spirit warriors in the sky also retreated. They knelt in front of the prisoners with blood all over their bodies and tears on their faces. Feng Yaoli did not pursue, but put away his sword. Instead, he turned his eyes to Yunxiao, and then to Duanmu Yoyu, his eyes gleaming coldly. Duanmu Yoyu's expression changed slightly, but he was not afraid. "We're not leaving. I swear to live and die with Master Qiu," Danu said firmly. "I swear to live and die with Lord Qiu." Solemn and tragic voices rang out one after another, and the atmosphere on the ground was sorrowful. Luan Yu sneered and said, "Tsk tisk, it's really touching. My son, your father won't let you die so easily. Your dragon soul is full. When I extract it, I'll nourish it. It won't be in vain. As for your perfect creation stage physical body, I will not be polite and accept it." These words made everyone's hair stand on end. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Just how much hatred did this father and son have? The prisoner seemed to be used to it. His expression did not change, as if his emotions had calmed down at the end of the road. He only sneered. "In the countless years in the realm of heavenly martial arts, the true dragon has been born countless times. How could there be a scum like you? What, you're not convinced by my father? Ha, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Even if you don't accept it, you have to accept it." "I'm just not convinced," said the prisoner self-deprecatingly. "I may not be able to kill you today, but the others will definitely do so." Luan Yu said coldly, "You're all my sons. How can you escape from my grasp? Where are they? It seems like we need to find time to get together." "Hee, you're afraid," Cho laughed. "Ha ha. A few little brats. What reason do I have to be afraid?" Danu raised her hand, and the silver light turned into a long whip, forming a small formation of 30 meters in front of her to stop Luan Yu. She gritted her teeth and said, "This person is only in the void realm. It's not certain who will live and who will die." Lung Tong also came forward and leaned on Danu's side. The few true spirit warriors were also on guard. Luan Yu sneered. "If the few of you still had 100% of your strength, you would be able to contend with me for a few breaths. Now you're just like a mantis trying to block a chariot, overestimating your own strength." The moment the word strength came out of his mouth, Luan Yu moved. The small formation formed by the silver whip burst out with a strong light and suffered a heavy blow, causing the whip to crack and explode. His cold eyes focused as he caught onto Luan Yu's movements. His hands formed a seal and he shouted, "Lightning Tower!" Boom, boom, boom. A large number of lightning snakes appeared above the silver glow, condensing into a tower and pressing down on the sky above the ruling plume. The space trembled, and Yuri's true body was revealed, which was then enveloped by the lightning tower. Large amounts of lightning flowed in and attacked his body. However, there was a dragon domain that spread out around the ruling plume. Those lightning snakes were suppressed and annihilated as soon as they entered the dragon domain, unable to touch its body at all. I didn't think that there would still be remnants of the eye race. Killing intent flashed through Luan Yu's eyes. His figure flickered, and it was as if a giant dragon had soared into the sky, striking in all directions. Boom! The lightning tower exploded into pieces. Lung Tong's vertical eyes immediately closed, and blood seeped out. "Let's go all out," Danu roared. The two of them immediately flew up and attacked from both sides. The several true spirit warriors also gritted their teeth and followed, 7 or 8 of them attacking Yuri at the same time. Grandmaster Yunxing flew to the side of the prisoner and said anxiously, "Your Excellency, please come with me. Let's keep our lives first and come back for revenge in the future." Without waiting for a reply, he said, "I'm sorry," and reached out to drag the prisoner. The moment his palm touched Qiu, his 5 fingers flickered and a cold light flashed out, directly pressing against Qiu's back. At the same time, his other hand turned into an eagle's claw and locked onto the prisoner's throat. "Grandfather!" Gu Hong was startled. His vision suddenly changed, and he immediately understood what his ancestor was thinking. This was a rebellion. He was afraid and quickly ran over to hide behind Patriarch Yunxing. Everyone's attention was attracted by this sudden change. Even Yuri, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was stunned. The two groups of people immediately separated. "Yunxing, what are you doing?" Danu was furious and surrounded him with Lung Tong and the others. The prisoner's face was still as calm as water, without the slightest change in expression, as if he was indifferent to his kidnapping. My life is mine. I only live and die for myself, Grandmaster Yunsheng said coldly. I respect Master Chiu, but I don't want to die for him. He was a little excited as he spoke, and the strength of his 5 fingers increased, and he couldn't help but pinch the prisoner's throat. Don't you do anything stupid, Danu said coldly. I'm not messing around. You guys are the ones messing around. Grandmaster Yunsheng scoffed. He looked at Yuri in the distance and shouted, Lord True Dragon, I offer Qiu Jing to you. Can you spare my life? Ha ha ha. So you're afraid of death. Luan Yu laughed out loud and nodded continuously. Yes, of course you can. In this world, only one's own life was the most precious. Although you're afraid of death and sell your master for glory, which is despicable, you're not wrong. I can spare your dog life. Grandmaster Yunsheng's face turned red from his scolding, but Luan Yu was right. His life was the most precious, and once he lost it, he would have nothing left. He immediately said, Thank you for your understanding, Lord True Dragon. Luan Yu said, Don't misunderstand. It's not that I understand. It's just that killing trash like you will dirty my hands. Grandmaster Yunsheng's face turned purple from embarrassment, but he couldn't care less. With a stern look in his eyes, he shouted to the people around him, Get out of the way! Otherwise, I'll cripple him right now. Danu and the others trembled with anger. They were fighting with their lives on the line, but they didn't expect a traitor to appear. From the beginning to the end, Yunxiao and the others had been watching with great interest. But Yunxiao was also suspicious. What would Luan Yu do after killing Qiu? From what Bo Mu had said earlier, it seemed that he also wanted to seize Qiu's avatar. However, how could he and Feng Yaoli defeat them? Now, he could only deal with it as it came and adapt to the changes in the situation. Qiu didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. He just stood there quietly, letting the blood stain his clothes. The fleshly body of a void light realm cultivator was so strong that even though both sides of his chest had been pierced and shattered, he still stood upright. The blood had also stopped flowing, and it was beginning to show signs of recovery. Grandmaster Yunsheng used one hand to form a seal and pushed against an important acupoint on his back, pushing him forward. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Qiu suddenly smiled. Ancestor Yunsheng felt a chill in his heart and warned, I advise you to give up on your fantasies and obediently return to Lord True Dragon's side. After all, you're his son. As long as you beg the Lord, it won't be difficult for you to keep your life. Hee hee. You're making things difficult for me. Not only is your body weak, but your intelligence is also worrying, said Qiu with a smile. Such a body can only be used as a one-time use item. What? Ancestor Yunsheng was shocked and the chill spread in his heart. Before he could react, he felt an intense pain in his head. The power of pain almost went straight into his soul, and he lost his consciousness in an instant. A ball of white light flew out from the top of the prison cell. There was a vague shape of a dragon in it, and it directly rushed into Patriarch Yunsheng's body. Possession. Everyone understood what was going on. In his rage, Luan Yu suddenly attacked and teleported down. My stupid son. How could they have enough time to possess him now? Changing into that trash's body at the last minute will only make you die even more cowardly. It's not this lowlife who lacks intelligence. It's you. Luan Yu's figure instantly appeared beside Grandmaster Yunsheng and slammed down with his fierce brazen claw. Bang! With a single sound, it crushed Ancestor Yunsheng's head. Master Qiu! Danu let out a heart-wrenching scream and rushed over recklessly. Lung Tong and the others were also determined to die, and they all attacked instantly. Luan Yu sneered and scolded, All of you are trash. He made a hand seal and a dragon domain spread out, covering 100 feet like a barrier. Danu and the others attacked with all their might, but the dragon field barrier shook from the attacks, unable to be broken. Humph! Luan Yu snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to them. His other hand reached into Patriarch Yunsheng's body and crushed his heart with a bang. A large amount of blood spurted out from Patriarch Yunqing's body. Luanyu's expression was ferocious. "My son, is there still a place to hide now? Come out obediently and give your father some nourishment." Under that gloomy and cold face, she actually stuck out her red tongue and licked her lower lip. The soul that was about to be devoured was actually their son's. And he was so ferocious and excited. The people of the heavenly martial arts realm and the Sea Emperor's palace felt their hands and feet turn cold, and their hair stood on end. Yunxiao's pupils constricted in shock, as if he had sensed something wrong. Luanyu used 2 moves in a row. First, he shattered Patriarch Yunqing's head to prevent him from escaping after being captured. Once again, he crushed the other party's heart and caused this body to completely collapse. At this moment, there was no way out for him in Patriarch Yunqing's body. However, he still felt that something was strange, but he could not put his finger on it. Luanyu extended a hand into Ancestor Yunqing's body and searched his soul. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out in shock, "You coward!" He searched but found nothing. There was no dragon soul in there. Meanwhile, in the dragon field, Gue Yi was standing beside Luanyu and Ancestor Yunqing. Qiu's body suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with star-like light and he said coldly, "Who is the one who lacks intelligence? You shameful father. We've been tricked." Everyone was shocked. Qiu didn't use possession, he actually used bright path. The 5 elements true qi condensed again and Qiu quickly formed a hand seal. The 5 elements dragons burst out of his body and formed a seal that struck out like a mountain. 5-element true energy seal. All of the prison general's power had been gathered in this move, and this was his only chance to turn the tables. Countless years of hatred, humiliation, and anger. "I'll return them all to you. Die!" Qiu Bao roared in anger. His wounds, which had stopped spreading, were torn open again. A large amount of blood burst out of his body and evaporated when it came into contact with the stellar energy. Outside the dragon field, Danu and the others were wildly attacking in their ecstasy, which overwhelmed Luanyu. Luanyu's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, and his face instantly lost all color. His back was completely exposed to the 5 elements true energy seal, and he could only rely on his dragon realm defense. Boom! The 5 elements true energy seal landed on his body and the weak power of the dragon realm exploded. A powerful light wave spread in all directions. Danu and the others were startled and wanted to retreat, but they were also directly involved. The few immortal warriors who were already injured spat out blood and died from the terrifying aftermath. Feng Yaoli was also shocked. When he realized that Jiyu had fallen into his trap, he wanted to help her, but it was too late. That 5-element true energy seal was earth-shattering, and he expected it to be a death trap attack. Even if he took it head-on, it would not be easy. The entire Ocean Emperor's palace collapsed once again. Only the small area protected by Poron remained. The rest of the buildings had been reduced to ashes. At the center of the shock, 2 pale shadows gradually separated. Luanyu violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and like a kite with a broken string, he fell far away. Qiu wasn't in a good state either. His ethereal light realm body had completely exploded, and thunderous rumbles came from within the 8 gates. Blood would burst out from time to time. "Master Qiu!" Danu's figure flickered, and she flew to the side of the prisoner. She half knelt in front of him and sobbed, "My lord!" Lung Tong also hurriedly knelt down. At this moment, only 2 of their loyal subordinates were left. The Ghost Horse clan brothers were originally lying on the ground half dead, but they were also turned into ashes by the aftermath of the attack just now. Time will tell. Qiu looked at the 2 of them. "You are my most loyal subordinates. I am very pleased." Danu came forward to support Qiu and cried, "Lord, don't say any more. Let's leave this place first. We'll return after we recover our strength." "I can't." Qiu shook his head. "I can't take it anymore. Furthermore, once he left, he might never be able to return." "Danu, are you afraid of death?" Danu was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. "Of course I'm not afraid. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. My lord. Very good, Cho nodded. What about you, Leng Tong? Even if I have to go through fire and water, I won't hesitate, Leng Tong said firmly. Thank you so much, Cho said. He bent down and looked at Leng Tong affectionately, his eyes revealing a grateful look. Leng Tong was stunned for a moment, feeling very strange. My lord, please. The prisoner shook his head and put his hand on his shoulder, saying softly, I don't need you to go through fire and water. I just need you to lend me your body. My current body can't take it anymore. The 8 gates exploded, and his body's functions were quickly lost. Cho was no longer a bloodied man, but a man of flesh and blood. Ah! What? Were you lying to me just now? Cho's eyes turned cold. This subordinate does not dare. Leng Tong's face was full of sorrow and grief, and large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It's not impossible for me to take you by force, but I don't want to go against your wishes. I respect your choice, the prisoner said, but you have to understand that if you choose to refuse, then we will all die here today. But if you agree, I still have a chance to leave and take revenge for you. Leng Tong felt his throat go dry, and he couldn't make a sound. The most difficult decision in his life was right in front of him. Even if he were to die, it wouldn't be so difficult. Make your decision quickly. It will be too late when the time is up, Cho said indifferently. His face was calm and he didn't show any signs of threat. But his heart was as anxious as a volcano. It was possible to forcefully take over his body, but it would take time to wipe out Leng Tong's will and to get used to the new body. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. If the other party was willing to sacrifice himself, it would be completely different. As long as the other party was sincere and used his soul to guide him into the body, he could take over the body in the shortest time possible. Good. I'm willing. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for Darren. Leng Tong finally made up his mind. He let out a long breath and bowed deeply to the warden. Cho heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. You will always be my most loyal subordinate. I will definitely treat your body well. He stretched out his hand, put 2 fingers together, and gently touched Leng Tong's vertical eye. Leng Tong only felt that Cho's fingers were cold, and there was sweat on them. Cast away all distracting thoughts and welcome my dragon soul. Leng Tong closed his eyes, and wisps of white light immediately flew out from the prisoner's body and entered Leng Tong's body. Danu stood guard at the side, carefully guarding against everyone, especially Luanyu. After taking the blow, a large number of dragon scales fell off from Luanyu's body. At this moment, he stood up in the distance, covered in blood. His face was gloomy and resentful. There was no sound in the square. Everything had become quiet. Except for Yunxiao and a few people, most of them did not know about Cho and Leng Tong. They just watched them stick together with curiosity and found it fun. Husband, is the prisoner dead? Fei and I asked in a low voice. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'm trying to seize the body of the vertical eye. What? Only then did the surrounding people understand. Luanyu's face was gloomy. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice, I was defeated just now. Can you take over my body now? Stop. Don't come over. A silver whip appeared in Danu's hand again, and she stood in front of the 2 of them, looking as if she was ready to die. Luanyu actually listened to her words and stood still, because the blow just now was indeed not light. If it was only against the mermaid, he might have a chance of winning. But if the prisoner played any more tricks, it would be hard to say. Brother Yaoli, can you help me kill these people? Luanyu pointed at Danu and Xiao, pleading with Feng Yaoli. You're too weak? Feng Yaoli frowned. You're so weak that you can't even handle this? Luanyu was angry, but she still said calmly, Of course not, but this unfilial son is cunning. I'm afraid he'll play some tricks. Brother Li, you can use the Taiji Sky Sealing Seal to seal their true essence, and then cut them down with your sword. All right, since I've agreed to cooperate with you, this lord won't find it troublesome. Feng Yaoli walked over with his sword in hand. Danu was shocked. She pointed her whip at Feng Yaoli in a hurry, and circles of silver light spread out. Whoever blocks my sword will die. Feng Yaoli sneered. He forced out a cold chi from his body and slashed down with his sword. Leng Tong suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Chou's body, and threw him over like a soldier. Boom! His body fell under the sword radiance and exploded violently. The huge shock caused the space to tremble. Although the body had exploded, it did not shatter under such a powerful vibration. It was only shattered and fell to the ground. The strength of a void light realm's physical body could be seen. Danu retreated and returned to Leng Tong's side. She exclaimed, "My lord!" Leng Tong nodded. The aura he exuded was completely different from before, and he exuded the aura of a superior. "Yes. Congratulations, my lord." Danu was overjoyed and quickly said, "Leng Tong is doing well," the prisoner said. "He did not resist at all and did as I told him. I've completely taken over this body." Luan Yu said angrily, "Don't deceive yourself. Even if you completely occupy it, this body is already injured, and it's only at the void tier, so it might not be able to contain your soul. How much power do you have left?" Xiaolong looked at him and sneered. "In terms of possession, a void realm body naturally can't be compared to a void light realm body. After all, what I need is a body, not cultivation. But in this situation, do I still have the right to choose? Even if this vertical I doesn't want to be possessed by you," Yunxiao suddenly sneered. "You'll still use force, right?" "Indeed," Qiu nodded without hiding anything. "But if that's the case, I'll have to destroy his soul first, and it won't be as smooth as it is now." "So, you were lying when you said you would do as he pleased," Yunxiao said. "You're lying to him. Why? Is that important?" Qiu raised his eyebrows and asked coldly. "Leng Tong was loyal to his master. He died a worthy death," the merfolk girl said. Qiu didn't hesitate and laughed. "Of course he lied. At that time, how could we let him do as he pleased?" Yunxiao gave him 2 thumbs up and praised, "You two strange father and son. You've really opened my eyes today." Then, he made an inviting gesture and said, "Please continue killing. Don't stop." Only then did Qiu retract his gaze and look at Luan Yu and Feng Yaoli, who were not far away, with a cold expression. Luan Yu angrily said, "Unfilial son, do you think that you can turn the tables just because you took over a body? It's indeed difficult to turn the tables, but it won't be so easy for you to kill me now," said the prisoner. "If it wasn't for your sneak attack, I wouldn't be in this state." Luan Yu sneered and said, "All's fair in war. Isn't a sneak attack something you should do? In order to give you that attack, Brother Yaoli and I paid a great price, but I didn't think that we would still be unable to fool Bo Mu." Luan Yu also gave Bo Mu a look of fear. He had even deceived Yunxiao with his light of the warlock god, but he had still been discovered by Bo Mu. He was a little regretful. He couldn't hold back his impulse and wanted to get rid of the prisoner first, which was why he came out of the void to launch a sneak attack. If he had known that this would happen, he would have let Qiu and the Heavenly Martial Union fight until both sides were heavily injured before coming out. Now, not only was he heavily injured, Qiu was still alive, and the people from the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Ocean Emperor Palace were unscathed. He was in an extremely passive position. Bo Mu smiled faintly. "Although I've given him some advice, he doesn't believe me. You father and son can continue. Don't mind us." "I'm sorry, Bo Mu," the prison commander sighed. "It's not the first time," Bo Mu replied. "Perhaps it's just the nature of you dragons to be suspicious. If you had believed me back then, today's matter would not have happened." Qiu fell into silence, his eyes filled with regret. "Bo Mu, I sincerely apologize to you. I hope we can return to our friendship and trust in each other." "Trusted each other in the past?" Bo Mu asked in surprise. "Man, Master Qiu, when did you ever trust me?" "Of course I do," Qiu replied seriously. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to seal my physical body. I wouldn't have given you such a precious, true son mantra. Weren't these all proof of mutual trust and friendship? However, I was blinded in the end and made a huge mistake." Yunxiao and the others were shocked to hear this, and even Polong was shocked. He didn't expect that the true sun mantra that had been passed down for generations in the Bo family was actually given to him by the true dragon's third son, the man in front of him. Everyone's expression was strange. If that was the case, the relationship between the two of them in the past was really not ordinary. Perhaps they were really close comrades. But he didn't know how they fell out. The true sun mantra is only a reward for helping you, Bomu said with a faint smile. LT's just an equivalent exchange between us, and there's no friendship between us. Even if there was, it disappeared when you ambushed me. All right? Cho nodded. Back then, you were suppressed by the demon master and became his slave. If I didn't give you the sun true secret art to free you from your slave body, you wouldn't have the sea god and the Bo family's inheritance. You've sealed my body for me and kept it until now, which can be considered as fulfilling the contract. Now return my body to me. The moment he said this, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but look towards Bomu. Xianxia was even more shocked. The sea god was actually a slave of the demon lord, and it was the true sun technique and the true dragon's 3 sons who saved him. His mind whirred, while his shocked colleague was overjoyed, his hands trembling with excitement. Since Bomu was able to come out from his demon slave identity, then Hua Qianshu would naturally be able to do so as well. It would not be a problem for the other martial artists who had been infected by the demonic techniques. Luanyu and Feng Yaoli's faces also revealed strange expressions. They didn't know that there was such a relationship between them. Bomu smiled. Didn't I just say it? After you ambushed me, the contract between us naturally ended. But now, I can still give you this path, and that is to join the Heavenly Martial League and make a heart oath to follow Li Yunxiao. How is that possible? I'm one of the most powerful beings in the dragon tribe, Qiu Nu retorted. You want me to listen to a human man's orders and serve him at his beck and call? What's the point of me living like this? Naturally, Bomu replied. Then how about adding a time limit to this oath? Just 500 years. Yunxiao knew that Bomu valued him because of the demonic tribulation and hoped to win over more forces, so he could not help but have a better impression of him. Not even 5 days, Qiu said coldly. Bomu sighed and shook his head. Since that's the case, there's nothing to discuss. You two can continue. Qiu's expression changed. If the Ocean Emperor Palace and the Heavenly Martial Alliance were to stand by and watch, his only option would be to escape. Whether he could escape from Luanyu's hands was another matter, but it would be difficult to retrieve his Dharmakaya. If there's room for discussion, we can talk again, he hurriedly said. There's nothing to discuss, replied Bomu. L won't change my conditions. I can serve him for 500 years, but I have to add another condition, said the prisoner. That is to kill Luanyu for me. The moment he is killed, I will begin to serve him. Unfilial son, you're looking for death, Luanyu angrily rebuked and said loudly. I am a true dragon of the world. The meaning of my existence is to protect this world. I naturally cannot shirk the responsibility of the demonic tribulation. Lord Bomu, there's no need to speak any further with this unfilial son. After I kill him, we'll discuss this in detail. After Luanyu finished speaking, he turned around and attacked. Boom! The space where the prison was standing exploded, and he retreated immediately. The current situation was very clear. He had just taken over Lung Tong's body. Although he could use it freely, it was impossible for him to win against Yuri, not to mention that his opponent still had the avatar of Calamity Fiend. Thus, he could only keep dodging. If he wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult for Luanyu to kill him. How could Feng Yaoli not understand the situation? His expression turned even uglier. Even if Luanyu killed Qiu, it would be of no benefit to him. He had once been fooled by Yunxiao and accidentally made a heart oath that he would never attack Duanmu Yoyu again. That was why he had formed an alliance with Luanyu, trying to snatch the 9 luminary star staff from Duanmu Yoyu through Luanyu. The ruling plume also required Duanmu Yoyu's divination abilities, and the two hit it off. He didn't expect the situation to be so passive. He couldn't advance nor retreat. Row Wei. At this moment, the Ocean Emperor's palace that Poron was protecting finally couldn't withstand the pressure and turned into dust. The scene in the dark room appeared. In the dim space, the 7-star lamp was lit on the array, and the bean-sized light trembled slightly. A magnificent bed was placed on it, full of fresh flowers. Polong was shocked, and carefully retracted the barrier, afraid that the shock waves from the battle between Yuri and Xiao would spread over. Yunxiao's heart stirred as he stepped forward and said, "Lord Poseidon, I have a pill here that might be able to save Mother Water Immortal." "Eh? What pill? What's wrong?" Poron asked, stunned. He no longer had any hope of saving his wife. He was once a top expert in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and he had obtained all kinds of treasures in the world, but they had not worked. "It's the heavenly fortune pill." Yun Xiao took out a jade box and said, "It's the heavenly fortune pill." "What? What?" Polong was taken aback, as if he could not believe it. He looked at the jade box in Yun Xiao's hand. The rich pill power could be felt through the box, causing his heart to surge with emotion. His old face actually trembled. The water deity had also woken up long ago. She was equally excited as she prayed with her hands in front of her. "Big brother Yun Xiao, can this elixir really save my mother?" "It's better to try than not," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "If this pill doesn't work, we'll be in real trouble." Gu Qingqing shifted her eyes from the battlefield and gave Yun Xiao a resentful look. Bo Mu also raised his eyes and nodded. "Not only is this pill the most likely to save Ro Wei, but it's also the only one in the world. The tens of thousands of materials used to refine it were basically extinct. Unless the rules of the 10 directions returned to heaven and earth and nurtured for tens of thousands of years, there might be a chance to recreate this pill. You won't be able to find a second one in tens of thousands of years." Polong was so excited that he couldn't control himself. 2 lines of tears flowed down his face as he said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, thank you." Other than that, he didn't know what else to say to express his inner feelings. "I was going to take it out after the battle," Yun Xiao said. "But now it seems that this father and son are no longer a threat. With all of us protecting him, he should be fine." While trembling, Polong took the pill from Yun Xiao's hand, removed the barrier, and flew down. After calming his mind, he took out the heavenly fortune pill. Suddenly, a golden and silver light spread out. It contained countless colors and flickered in his eyes. It was as if he was dragging an entire world in his hand. Polong's arm trembled. He was afraid that the spiritual energy would spread, so he quickly placed the pill in Ro Wei's mouth. The light immediately spread out from her mouth and turned into a cloud that covered Ro Wei's body. "I'm back." Poron was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He seemed to have a kind of determination in his heart that he would definitely be able to save his wife this time. His aged fingers slid across his wife's face, and tears fell. He said in a trembling voice, "Ro Wei, we'll be able to meet again soon. I won't let you leave me again." The water deity was also touched and stood at the side, wiping her tears. Duanmu Tsong sighed. "Lady Ro Wei sacrificed herself to the heavens to predict the future. It's truly admirable. I hope that the heavens will open their eyes and let her wake up." The water deity clasped her hands together and prayed, "You will definitely get it." "Don't worry," Yun Xiao said. "I believe it will be a happy reunion." He looked at the battlefield and said coldly, "This weird father and son duo is quarreling too. Why don't we do something and send them in the west?" Fanny laughed. "My husband is so domineering. This is the true dragon father and son that have dominated the past and the present." "What do you mean, my lord?" Yun Xiao looked at Bo Mu and asked. This was the territory of the Ocean Emperor's palace, after all, and Bo Mu and Qiu were old friends, so he had to respect his opinion. Bo Mu let out a long sigh and said, "AI. I'm also an unparalleled expert, but I didn't think I'd end up like this. If he's willing to assist you in resisting the demonic tribulation, I'm willing to return my avatar to him." "It's a pity that he refused," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "As for the Dharmakaya swan and I," he licked his lips and chuckled. "I have a few friends who lack physical bodies, and I can temporarily accommodate them. It's up to you then." Bo Mu nodded. After getting the answer, Yun Xiao ordered, "These 2 insects are too noisy. Kill them all. If anyone dares to stop us, Kill them without hesitation. The last sentence was obviously directed at Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli looked down and happened to meet Yunxiao's eyes. He felt a slight chill in his heart, so he grunted and said nothing. After obtaining Huidou's remnant soul, he now had a complete Huidou's true body. Although his strength had increased significantly, it was not to the point where he could fight against so many experts from the Heavenly Martial Union. Luanyu was currently chasing after Qiu Sha, but when he saw the Heavenly Martial Alliance's people surrounding him, he immediately stopped his pursuit and angrily said, "Li Yunxiao, do you really want to be my mortal enemy?" "Your Excellency," Yunxiao laughed. "When did you say that we were not mortal enemies?" "Good, good. Don't you regret it?" Luanyu was furious, but he was helpless. He could only give up on chasing the prisoner and retreat. Pan Yi and Gu Qingqing both rushed towards Qiu and Danu. The latter was also shocked and did not dare to resist the Heavenly Martial League. "Bo Mu, have you really forgotten our past relationship?" Qiu Jing asked. "If it weren't for my help, you would still be a servant, and the Bo family wouldn't be at its peak today." Bo Mu sighed, then shook his head slightly. He closed his eyes, sat down on the lotus seat, and began to meditate. Feng Yaoli's eyes turned cold. "Luanyu, where are your reinforcements? If they still don't come, I think we should retreat."